The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated December 2nd, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please excuse my absence from today's December 2nd, 2022 Committee on Finance hearing scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix, as I am out of the territory. Therefore, I am respectfully requesting to be excused from today's hearing. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carillon, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Carrion as absent. Excuse. Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Correspondence dated December 2nd, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, this letter serves to inform you that due to a previously scheduled out-of-the-territory obligation, I will be absent to today's Committee on Finance meeting. Please excuse my absence, and I do hope you have a very productive meeting. Respectfully submitted, Janelle K. Saru.
Please mark Senator Saru as excused. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 2 absent, 2 excused.
Please mark Senator Blyden as tardy. He'll be here shortly.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 1 absent, 2 excused, 1 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we proceed and read the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Finance for Friday, December 2nd, 2022, at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S., Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following bills. Bill number 34-0383, an act appropriating $250,000 to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for the second phase of the Cruz Bay Playground Revitalization Project on Tract 01-132, 1300 Cruz Bay Creek, St. John, Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Angel L. Bolques, Jr. Invited testifiers, Tonia Lovejoy, Executive Director, Friends of Virgin Islands National Park. Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Bill number 34-0346, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. for REM parcel number 23 Estate VICORP land, FKA Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related activities. Proposed by Senator Javon E. James, Sr. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Marcelin Lockhart, President, Twin City Cricket Association. Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Bill number 34-0197, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43, Subsection E, relating to the submittal of bills or invoices that separately state gross receipt taxes to account for the receipt and distribution of federal assistance to the Government of the Virgin Islands and other related payments to its contractors. Proposed by Senators Marvin A. Blyden and Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers, Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Joel Lee, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Adrian Dudley, Partner, Dudley Rich LLP. Dr. Rasha Harris, Chief Operating Officer, Impact Construction. Miguel Quinones, Managing Partner, Island Services Group. Claude Shack Hawkins, Executive Director, Polaris Engineering Company. And Bill number 34-0298, an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VITEMA, and the Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrative Health Care Program, proposed by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers, Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. Jacqueline Greenidge Payne, Director, State EMS Regulatory Office, Department of Health. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. We're going to go immediately into hearing bill number 34-0383. We have the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation here. I'll give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record.
Morning, Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
We also have Ms. Lovejoy. Name and title on the record.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tonia Lovejoy. I'm the Executive Director of the Friends of Virgin Islands National Park.
Thank you so much. And who speaks to this bill? Senator Bolques, you're recognized. Let's bring Senator Bolques up. Proceed. Okay, 1 minute, we're not hearing you on St. Croix.
Chair, can you hear us?
Okay, we're hearing you now. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and listening and viewing audiences. With our non-stop lifestyles and the many temptations that lure our children away from play, such as television, computers, games, tablets, and smartphones, which all aim to capture a significant portion of our children's attention, even advertisers and retailers are increasingly reaching out to younger and younger children to convince them or their parents to buy new electronic products. In a push for them to have more and more screen time, society is neglecting one of the most important elements of a child's development, time to play. Playgrounds provide a place for children to play, work off energy, have fun, and interact with one another or their peers. It also gives them a safe learning environment to develop physical, social, emotional, and cognitive skills, such as sharpening perception, developing motor skills, solving problems, working with others, communicating, and building self-esteem. And of course, exercising their creative minds through their imagination. The children of St. John do not have the vast open spaces of public property like St. Croix and St. Thomas, and have not been able to see the major enhancements of youth activity or recreation due to the past hurricanes, or what I would like to call extenuating circumstances due to the lack of a proper public school on St. John and being forced to sacrifice the recreational ball field for modular classrooms. Be that as it may, we are a resilient people and work together through all circumstances that are dealt in life. I believe that the efforts of supporting this project will support future collaborations with the National Park of the Virgin Islands and the Friends of the National Park as we continue to discuss a public school on the island of St. John and other recreational activities throughout the island of St. John. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I ask for your support to fund this recreationally family-oriented project that will positively impact over 500 children ranging from infants, toddlers, and young children of St. John. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I look forward to the discussion and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolques. We'll now have testimony. We'll begin with Ms. Lovejoy. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, esteemed senators. Thank you all for this opportunity to speak before you. It's quite an honor. My name is Tonia Lovejoy, as I stated, and I am the Executive Director of the Friends of Virgin Islands National Park. Our mission is to protect and preserve the natural and cultural resources of Virgin Islands National Park while connecting visitors and residents alike to this beautiful resource. On St. John, our treasured community includes our youngest generation, and they will inherit this special place, and their conservation ethics will be born contiguous to one of the most beautiful national parks in the world. These young citizens need the security of a playground to learn many skills, as Senator Bolques stated: sensory, motor, strength, critical social skills, how to share fairly. So many things happen on the playgrounds. We know this to be true. The playground, which was destroyed and heavily damaged in 2017 as a result of Hurricane Irma and followed by Maria, is in Cruz Bay, and it is the ideal location for integrating the natural landscapes, cultural history, trail guides, and things such as community meetings. These play structures in our playground will be able to offer multiple opportunities for learning. Because of the location and its established value as a play area for our island youth and community, this place will benefit hundreds of youth and their families. Our organization, Friends of Virgin Islands National Park, has led the fundraising for the first phase of this project, which has afforded us, through generous donations of private donors, the equipment and the safe surfaces to go around the equipment and sidewalks. Our request of this legislator is for $250,000, so we may enhance this area and afford our youth all of the signage, shade structures, additional seating, and for an outdoor classroom. We also have a beautiful design for the original Customs House that was on St. John. This emblematic, iconic building tells the history of St. John through the years from 1917 until today. A community art project will also be done to show a mosaic around the stone wall that encloses the toddlers area. This mosaic will be the VI March with symbols that go along with the lyrics, and so our youth will be able to walk with their families and have this a part of their daily life and their daily play as well. Again, we aspire to give our local children the spirit of St. John. As we know, as Senator Bolques mentioned, our youth are too often glued to their devices. And our vision is to create a fun and engaging playground surrounded with informational kiosks and shaded areas where children and their family will be able to find discovery and joy in learning in their VI National Park and in their community of Cruz Bay. On behalf of the Friends organization and community members of St. John, I thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. Commissioner White as well, working with Sports Park and Rec on this project. Again, I do think this is a symbol of our joint partnership for the benefit of our youth of St. John and the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lovejoy. Commissioner?
Honorable Kurt A. Bailey, Chairman of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, committee members and non-committee members present, central staff, and the listening and viewing audience, good morning. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here in this portion of today's hearing to provide testimony on legislation offered by Senator at Large Angel L. Bolques, Jr. Bill number 34-0383 is an act appropriating $250,000 to the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation for the second phase of the Cruz Bay Playground revitalization project on Tract 01-132-1300 Cruz Bay Creek, St. John, Virgin Islands. Friends of the Virgin Islands National Park has been working with the National Park Service and the St. John community to rebuild the playground in front of the park visitor center, damaged in the 2017 hurricanes. The National Park Service owns the land, but the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park and Recreation manages the playground and adjacent ball field under a special use permit. Numerous stakeholders created a grassroots campaign to build a better facility that reinforces the narrative that our Virgin Islands children are priceless. Equally important, these same community leaders made sure to keep key DSPR team members and the community residents involved throughout the construction process. DSPR will continue collaborating with all stakeholders and the community through completion and beyond as we're prepared to manage the playground moving forward. Bill 34-0383, as currently written, utilizes language that complicates how the funding is dispersed. Having relayed the issue to the bill sponsor's office, I understand they are prepared to bring an amendment to the floor that addresses my concerns. With 70% of the funds needed to complete the project already raised, I see no reason to oppose this bill once amended. This concludes my testimony. I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Have you had a chance to read the amendment?
Excuse me?
Have you had a chance to read the amendment?
I have seen the amendment. It was given to me this morning, and I did see that they changed it and put it as a grant award to Friends of Park, and I'm okay with the language.
And that was your concern?
Correct.
Okay, colleagues, this is a pretty straightforward bill. We're going to go to a brief round of questions. We're going to begin with Senator DeGraff and St. Thomas. 3 minutes. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. I'd also like to recognize Senator Nobel Francis. Thank you for coming. Senator DeGraff. And Senator Blyden has joined us also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers of viewing, listening, and present. I support this without a doubt. Commissioner, you stated that the property belongs to whom?
The National Park Service.
The National Park. Okay, so it's in collaboration with them. So with the funding would be turned into a grant for the Friends of the Virgin Islands National Park, and that would be the route to take.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, good. Because I saw the amendment in regards to that, and okay, yeah. So I stand in full support of this. Now, would the $250,000 complete the park?
Ms. Lovejoy?
Yes, sir. At this time, I had originally submitted a budget that showed that we had about an additional $50,000 to raise, and I am confident that we will be able to do that through our donor support. So this would complete our need for funding.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I stand in support. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner, what document do we have in place at the Friends of the Park or the National Park Service for the government of the Virgin Islands to have continued use of this facility?
So once the funding is approved, or if it's approved by the legislature, through the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation and property procurement, we will execute some type of MOU similar to what we did with the Meadra Cummings Park with that nonprofit organization for them to go ahead and construct this. Currently, Sports Park and Recreation already have an existing use of the facility MOU with National Park for us to manage the facility.
So we have a written document?
We do.
And for what time period?
I want to believe we renew it every year.
Ms. Lovejoy, what's the time period for the GVI for the use of the park?
Commissioner White, I think that you probably know best, but I think that the lease agreement for Sports Park and Rec for the ball field and the playground is longer than that. Typically, they're 15 to 50 years, as we know with Cinnamon Bay and Keneal, but I am not an expert on that arrangement. So I'm sure we can get an answer pretty quickly. I do know that Sports Park and Rec has had that lease agreement with the National Park for several decades, and I feel confident that relationship would continue.
Okay, the sponsor, I don't know if you want to get in contact with Property and Procurement. If the government is going to invest some $250,000 into this facility, we need to make sure that we have a long-term lease for the people of St. John to be able to use the facility. Senator James, you recognize.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. A question to Commissioner Calvert White. It was made reference in your testimony regarding the special use permit. I think the finance chair touched on it a bit. But as far as you submitting the copy of the special use permit, how soon can you get that document to us?
By the end of the day. That document was executed this year, so I know we have it in our files. The one prior to that expired, I think, a couple years ago, but because there was no use of the facility, it was never executed. But we do have a fully executed agreement with the National Park for us to manage the facility.
And is that the first of its kind? We have other...
No, it's not. As I stated, the one previous to that did expire, and we executed a new agreement this year.
No, I was speaking about in the various different districts. Is that one of its kind?
To my knowledge, we don't have any other existing agreements with the National Park.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. And as far as, I know that's something we should know, but I'm not aware of it, but the total amount that's in that specific fund, have you any idea? I guess the sponsor can speak about that a little bit more as far as the total amount in the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. It is a no-brainer when it comes to the youth of the territory. Of course, we have to do our due diligence to make sure that all pieces and things are in order. And as far as the utilization of the fund, I want to ask the young lady, and I'm calling you young, take that as a compliment. Once the funds are received, how long will it take for this project to be completed?
Thank you for that question. We are currently looking at completing phase 1 by the middle of January.
1 minute.
And with the funds approved, I would hope that we could roll into phase 2 rather quickly and even be able to prepare. We would have to put out some RFPs and things in ideal timing, maybe later in the summer after the school year, but I do not anticipate more than 4 to 8 weeks based on the current timeline of what I've seen with the construction thus far. I did want to make a quick note. I did call our superintendent, Nigel Fields, and Commissioner White was absolutely accurate. This is a special use permit that is renewed annually, and it has been renewed annually for about 51 years.
Okay, and my question to you, I know the cost of construction has increased significantly in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As far as the $250,000, I guess that was based off of the scope of work?
Yes, there was an original proposal submitted to the Senator Bolques, and that showed a full budget breakdown. There are some specific costs in phase 2 that I could give you budgets for, but some of those costs are just the site plan production, the design, and getting things like the structural engineering stamps and so forth that are spread across phase 1 and phase 2.
Time.
Happy to share that with you.
In closing, I'm looking at the drive. I'm not sure if that information was submitted. And if it wasn't submitted, the information that you just referenced, can you please submit that to the body just for transparency? With that said, it's a no-brainer, and thank you once again to the sponsor of this measure for bringing this meaningful bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Ms. Lovejoy, what's the total cost of the project?
The total cost of the project is just around $800,000. The first phase of the project is just under $500,000.
And the first phase was through donations?
The first phase was through donations. We had a very generous donor help us with $350,000, and the rest was individual donors from the community.
Okay, did the federal government put up anything for this project?
No,
I know
we are.
the Friends of the Park, that's a very number of individuals that are part of the Friends of the Park, that has some very deep pockets. It wasn't possible to get that fundraising through the individuals that you know?
We have raised significant funds through the individuals that we know, but we're trying to put the icing on the cake with your support, sir, and really bring this project to its full capacity. And we've been pulling on our donors for a number of years. As you know, since the hurricanes, there's been a number of needs. And this ask now will help us finally get this project completed and honor the patience that our community has had for the past couple of years.
Okay, can you ask the superintendent? I know you said you just called him to find out how long, the length of the lease. Can you ask him the possibility of a long-term
So I have the
agreement?
lease. I have the lease, Senator. I pulled it up, and it actually is until 2027, and it was signed by myself, Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Mr. Nigel. What's like Nigel's last name? I can't see.
Okay, so
Fields.
are these 5 more years?
Yes, until 2027. So it says the permittee is authorized to use the following described land of Virgin Islands National Park, Little League ball field and playground to manage, maintain, usage for sporting events. This permit begins at 12 o'clock a.m. on 4/24/2022 and expires at 11:59 a.m. 4/23/2027.
Is there an option for any renewal?
Absolutely. As I stated, we've had this agreement with the National Park.
In the language, is there an option for renewal?
I would have to go through the document, Senator, but...
Can you email a document to my office?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. First, I want to thank the sponsor, Senator Bolques, for bringing this most important and needed legislation forward. I believe that it takes a community, and I'm happy to see that the Friends of the National Park are doing their part in terms of assisting with fundraising to assure that these projects come to a reality. Commissioner White, it is important for us to assure that we have a renewal option in that agreement, because documentation is everything. So I look forward to seeing that document and seeing that language in there. Let me ask, in terms of the time frame, and I know the cost is some $800,000. The first phase was mentioned, it's some $500K. When it comes to maintaining the park in the agreement, I know sports, parks, and recreation is responsible for equipment, etc., but who is responsible for the landscaping, planting, shade, trees, and all those other amenities that surround the park? Who is responsible for that?
Yeah, so under the agreement, we will still be responsible for maintaining, cutting the grass, beautification. Any enhancement has to go through the national park. It is their property. The permit just allows us use of it. But we work really close with them, so I don't foresee us, if we're trying to beautify that facility, for them to object to it.
Okay, good. Good morning, Ms. Lovejoy.
Good morning, Senator
What
Biden.
other stake does the national park or the Friend of the Park have in terms of maintaining the park, the playground area?
1 minute.
That's a great question. Thank you. As Commissioner White said, we've had a good relationship between Sports Park and Rec and the National Park. However, the Friends also, as the official philanthropic partner and community partner, has a contingency fund set aside for some ongoing maintenance. We do a lot of native plant restoration throughout the park, and we have a nursery. And so we do anticipate having the support of our volunteer trail staff to help maintain the playground, as we have at times in the past when it was necessary. So I think in partnership, we can guarantee that the grounds are maintained. And I do know that Sports Park and Rec has a good handle on things with the ball field there, and has a maintenance area that allows them to access and work on the site.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And as my colleague stated it, this is a no-brainer. In terms of the investment,
Time.
our future children are priceless. So the fund is nothing to me. I will be voting in affirmative, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, good morning to the testifiers, all viewing and listening. So first of all, I want to commend the bill sponsor for moving this piece of legislation, and it makes good sense. As we continue to preserve green space, recreation areas, playgrounds, and I think it's important that we continue to do that. Plus, $250,000, in my opinion, pale in comparison of what we pay to incarcerate individuals. In regards to additional space, though, I hear that this one is for Cruz Bay. Is there any consideration being made to do something similar in the Coral Bay area?
Calvert White, Commissioner, we are absolutely looking and entertaining the possibilities of putting some type of recreational facility in Coral Bay. I think that's why this bill makes so much sense, because there's really nothing in St. John right now for our children. On the Coral Bay end of the island, there's absolutely no recreational facilities. So anyone living on that end of the island have to travel to Cruz Bay. There is some land that the government owned that myself and the governor have had conversations about building and placing a basketball court in Coral Bay. So from sports parks, we are looking into putting recreational facilities in Coral Bay.
Very well. Thank you for that. And Senator Bolques, you're being tasked to look for some additional space and do some work in Coral Bay as well and get that going. In regards to resurfacing, I know that you've been doing it throughout St. Croix and Thomas. Are you doing the same of our facilities on St. John?
St. John is completed. We recently resurfaced 2 of the tennis courts as well as the basketball court in Cruz Bay. So they're completed.
Very well. Toot your horn, man. That's what's going on, right?
Good team, good team.
1 minute.
In terms of a security retrofit, because I think it's important that when we build and secure these playgrounds that we preserve them for our children and even the adults to be able to enjoy them. How are we addressing the issue of security, to make sure that these facilities that are not utilized for malfeasant and inappropriate use?
I was fortunate to get, I think it's about $1.2 million from ARPA funds solely for that purpose to install cameras throughout our facilities. Vandalism is one of the things that's plagued this department for years. I already have a drafted RFP to go out to the public that's at BIT right now, waiting for their approval. As soon as BIT director approve it, we will put out that RFP to install camera systems across the territory at all of the SPR facilities, to include allowing VIPD to tap into that camera system.
Very well. Thank you. My time is about to be called, so I just want to wrap up by saying thank you, Ms. Lovejoy, for your participation in this effort, and also thank the generous donor and continue to encourage them and implore them to continue to make donations on the behalf of the children of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I'm going to allow both testifiers to put a closing statement. Sorry, I'm skipping the sponsor. Senator Bolques, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. And good morning, Ms. Lovejoy, and good morning, Commissioner White. Thank you for being here today and providing testimony to my colleagues. And I want to also thank my colleagues for being open-minded and with the positive reviews. Yes, I agree with everyone. It is a no-brainer. It's something that needs to happen for our children. What I wanted to do is pretty much answer some of my colleagues' concerns in reference to my colleague on St. Croix concerning the funds being available in that fund. They are. In addition, you wanted to see some drawings, and Ms. Lovejoy, you provided us with a rendering or PowerPoint, and I believe media has that in their possession. And I'd like to ask media to please provide us with those PowerPoint images so that Ms. Lovejoy would be able to explain to us what we're looking at.
Wrong presentation, media. That's Senator Blyden.
I think that's the.
No, that's Senator Blyden presentation. Okay, that's.
Well, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could just ask Ms. Lovejoy one quick question before that happens.
Okay, did you give the presentation to media?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ms. Lovejoy, just to be able to explain to my colleagues why FEMA funds could not be utilized to fund the project, which prompted the Friends of the Park to solicit donors and ultimately reach to this level to get some government assistance, local government assistance.
Thank you for that question. I am definitely not an expert, but I have been learning as a resident of St. John and doing the development work for Friends of Virgin Islands National Park since 2016. FEMA funds are not able to be appropriated to divisions that are under the Department of Interior, which the Park Service includes. And so what we saw after the hurricane was an interesting division of resources, so that you saw boats in Hurricane Hole, for example, were not able to be removed as quickly as boats in Cruz Bay, which fell under FEMA funding, and with the National Coast Guard. So the complication, the lease with Sports Park and Rec being a long-term lease, the question of the federal lands, it's a unique arrangement that we have down here as a gateway community with a group of people that live in and outside of our park. And so I think that I can just say that there's a lot of bureaucracy and divisions, and what we found, unfortunately, was that even though our playground does benefit our community and FEMA funds were intended to benefit our community, it wasn't applicable. And so we had to step in with private donations, and again, in this case, asking for your support as a community partner.
1 minute.
And thank you for that, Executive Director Lovejoy. And I hope that instances like these will continue to be a part of our collaborative effort as a local government with the National Park entity on St. John. As you know, our public sector is very small on the island of St. John, and we are looking for ways to be able to provide for our people on St. John. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and the National Park, as do as my colleagues as well, to hopefully find some of those solutions that we're looking for. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolques. Media Sendamas, do you have the presentation, the video presentation? If you do, you can play it now. Okay, let's have a closing statement. Ms. Lovejoy, brief closing statement, 30 seconds, and then Commissioner.
Again, thank you all, esteemed senators, for this opportunity to speak before you on behalf of the children of St. John and the families that live here. We all appreciate your eyes and attentiveness on our needs. And with your support and your guidance, I am really excited about the growth that our community will see as we come out of the resiliency practices rebuilding after the hurricanes and the pandemic. It takes all hands on deck Friends of the Park is happy and willing to be your community partner on St. John. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner?
Thank you again, Senator, for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the build. We continue to look for alternatives on St. John. I think that's one of the reasons why we're going so hard in building the new recreational center. I think we started off with a facility that had a design for $2 million that quickly moved to $5 million. And we went back to get some hazard mitigation funds to make it a safe room and shelter to now where we're going to be able to provide a $10 million two-story recreational facility, state-of-the-art recreational facility in St. John. It's obvious what green space and recreational activities do for our children, and I look forward to the completion of this playground on the island of St. John.
Thank you so much. I think we have the presentation now, so we'll go ahead and show it.
So that is a site map of the area in Cruz Bay. You can see that's also our main commercial pier docking where all of our charter boat action and our cruise ship passengers and others from St. Croix and the British Virgin Islands enter in. Also, customs dock is on the opposite side there. The proposed little customs house, this is just a statement showing how long our community has been meeting. I started meeting to revitalize this playground in January of 2018. So this is a long time coming. The additional slides that you would see if we forward to the next page, there are some images that include just some of the really exciting highlights. We have a mosaic artist who worked with us after the hurricanes through the School of the Arts and has a beautiful idea for the VI March to be a community mosaic project. The next slide that you'll see is the customs house. Again, the experiential learning that outdoor classrooms can provide, the idea that young people could enter into a space that could tell them decades of history of St. John in very simple but delicate ways. This was designed by Kurt Marsh, Jr., who I'm sure a few of you are familiar with. And it was something that came out of our community planning meetings as a priority piece for our community members. And again, the interpretive signage, hoping that this will be a launching point for all of our families visiting Virgin Islands National Park, where youth and adults will learn together about our ecosystem and the ways that we all work to protect and enjoy it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are going to go straight to a vote, but before we do that, just one question. Commissioner, is Media Commons Park reopened?
Yes, it is. We have had some problems with flooding down there, and to be honest with you, it's something that we foreseen happening. I am meeting with a plumber at the park tomorrow so that we can talk about installing an automatic pump so that when it do rain, that pump would kick in and start pumping the water out one time. It's still not going to prevent the park from flooding, but what it will do is the closure time will be cut down drastically.
Okay, thank you so much. Who's going to be offering the amendment on behalf of Senator Bolques? Senator Bladden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 34-683 to bill number 34.0383, offered by Senator Angel Bolques Jr. Bill number 34.0383 is amended by striking Section 1 in its entirety and adding a new Section 1 that reads as follows. Section 1. A. The sum of $250,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023 from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to be awarded as a grant to the Friends of the Virgin Islands National Park to fund the second phase of the Cruz Bay Playground Revitalization Project on Tract 01-132, 1300 Cruz Bay Creek, the St. John, Virgin Islands, including landscaping, planting shade trees, constructing a replica of the original customs house, and installing additional seating. B, the Friends of the Virgin Islands National Park shall comply with the requirements of 2 VIC, subsection 29. I so move.
Amendment made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0383 as amended, an act appropriating $250,000 to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for the second phase of the Cruz Bay Playground Revitalization Project on Tract 01-132, 1300 Cruz Bay Creek, St. John, Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0383, an act appropriating $250,000 to the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation for the second phase of the Cruz Bay Playground Revitalization Project on Tract 01-132, 1300 Cruz Bay Creek, St. John, Virgin Islands, as amended, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Next
Point of
item.
personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Bolques.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank the members of the Committee on Finance for voting in favor of this measure, and also would like to thank the Executive Director, Ms. Lovejoy, and Commissioner White for being here and testifying on behalf of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Commissioner is also a part of the second bill. We're going to be moving on to the lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands and the Twin City Cricket Association. We'll take a 1-minute recess to get everyone in the world. This committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, please reflect Senator General Sorrow as present. Thank you so much. Please read the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 34-0346, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. for REM Parcel number 23, Estate VICORP land, FKA Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related activities, proposed by Senator Javon E. James Sr., invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Marcelin Lockhart, President, Twin City Cricket Association, Calvert A. White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to recognize the sponsor of this measure. I've worked with him extensively on this cricket association on the cricket field on St. Croix, so I will be putting my name on this measure since I've been working on it for a while. Senator James, you recognize.
Yes, greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I offer Bill number 34-0346, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and the Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. for parcel number 23, Estate VICORP land, FKA, Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands for a cricket facility and other related activities. I really want to say that sports tourism will definitely become a reality come 2023 with all the various projects that was funded by the 33rd and 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And before I get into the talking points regarding the leasing agreement, I want to say a special thank you to my colleagues, specifically Senator Cott VLA, who played a major role in collaborating with me with the $2.1 million initially for the Twin City Cricket Association to construct a new facility. I also want to say a special thank you to the members of the Twin City Cricket Association for reaching out to the office of Senator Javon James back in 2019 when I was the chair of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation regarding this project. But here we are today as a result of the Government of the Virgin Islands executing a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Property and Procurement and the Twin City Cricket Association. The premises will be leased for an initial term of 10 years with the option to renew the lease for 2 additional 10-year terms at an initial annual rent of $12,000, subject to reduced rent during a 2-year construction period and annual readjustment in accordance with the increase in the Consumer Price Index. Whereas the leased premises are to be used for the establishment of a cricket facility, promotion of the sport of cricket and related activities, concession, and for no other purpose. Whereas Title 31, Section 205 of the Virgin Islands Code requires all leases of the government real estate approved by the governor for a term exceeding 5 years to be submitted to and approved by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Hence why we are here today. Whereas by this act, the legislature intends to approve the lease agreement between the government and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. Colleagues, I'm asking for your support. And as we speak about support, this body as well was instrumental in appropriating the necessary funding for the other district. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Twin City Cricket Association do their due diligence once this is ratified by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. That way we can get sports tourism here, specifically for the island of St. Croix. And I'm happy to know that recently, throughout 2022, we have heard about many projects regarding hotels to the island of St. Croix, which should make it much attractive for airlines to want to come to the territory so we can put heads in beds. With that said, once again, thank you, colleagues, in advance for your support. I'm asking you to support this measure, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for being there for me as we work together for this project for this island of St. Croix and for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. I think we have Mr. Richards on the line. Mr. Richards, can you please identify yourself and your title? Thank you, Sonia.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, Senator. Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Lockhart, name and title.
Marceline Lockhart, President of Twin City Cricket Association, Inc.
Commissioner.
Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Thank you. Let's begin with Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Lockhart, you may proceed.
I'm Senator Kurt Avieli, Chairman of the Finance Committee of the 34th Legislature, other members of the Committee on Finance, all other honorable senators, testifiers, people of the Virgin Islands. Again, my name is Marceline Lockhart, President of the Twin City Cricket Association. On St. Croix USVI, there is no public cricket field to accommodate domestic, regional, or international games. Absence of a proper facility has limited the development of cricket on the island. With the advent of the shorter version of cricket, we speak about the 20 or T10 as well as the T20, cricket is growing in popularity. Those of you who have had the opportunity to come to the drive-in would see the level of excitement. It is drawing large crowds. It is generating revenue for players and host countries. So there is need to develop a proper facility on St. Croix to host the 5 participating teams in our domestic league, as well as other domestic, regional, and international games. The current parcel of land, plot number 23 at Upper Bethlehem, consisting of 12.33 acres, needs to be upgraded to meet regional and international standards. The Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. has always said that it would be willing to enter a build to manage or build to lease or lease to build agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands for the development of cricket on St. Croix. We lend support to Bill number 340346, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. for REM, parcel number 23 Estate, VICORP land, FKA Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related activities as proposed by Senator Javan E. James Sr. The TCA is grateful for not only this bill before us, but for the passage of Bill 34-0167, an act amending Act number 8473, Section 1, subsection Q3, relating to a $2,175,000 appropriation to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to provide for a grant of that sum to the Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. for the development of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation St. Croix Cricket Field, and providing for other related purposes as was proposed by Senators Kurt Avieli and Javan E. James, for which we are very thankful, both senators. Since the TCA does not have the financial capital to erect the facility, it is happy to partner with the legislative and executive branches of government to execute the project. We thank all those from the legislative and executive branches involved. The said sum is not going to build us a stadium, but it will provide for a level ground, a structure that will have an area for the host and visiting teams, an umpire room, scorers, and commentary booth. We hope other appropriations will help to support our endeavor. So as I said to you, cricket has been played on St. Croix for many, many years. We have used a lot of different facilities. In fact, at one time, the upper portion of the Canigita ballpark at St. Croix hosted a United States Virgin Islands team against Antigua. We have used places like Kennedy. We have used the Barron Sport area where the senior citizens' home is. At the present moment, we are using the Blue Bamboo, formerly the new drive-in at the Grove Place. And occasionally we also use Shang, which is a sports area for unique. So while we have had those areas, there has never been a public ground for cricket, or what we would call a home for cricket. So, in fact, this year during the Veterans Day weekend, the St. Croix Veterans Club hosted a team from New York and St. Thomas for a very competitive tournament. Earlier this year, May 19th to the 22nd, we had a US VI team participating in the first World Cup T10 tournament hosted by the Council Cricket of USA held in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Our 20-member participating, thanks to private and public sponsorship, spent over $17,000 in hotel accommodation, transportation, and food. So if we just think if those same 12 teams had participated, for example, in a Veterans Day weekend, we can think of the benefits for hoteliers, taxi and tour operators, and food vendors on St. Croix. So it is worth noting that St. Croix, and by extension the USVI, has had cricket representation at the highest level. And we can have many more such persons if we are able to have a proper facility. I look forward to the passage of Bill number 340346, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Twin Cities Cricket Association that will eventually lead to the construction of a cricket field at Bethlehem. Some of the terms in the lease are not the most palatable. The $1,000 a month, I will be frank, it's a bit steep, I already know that. But as I tell my colleagues, we will masticate and we will swallow little bits by little bits, hoping never to choke for the development and promotion of cricket on St. Croix. There is need to develop a proper facility on St. Croix to foster greater interest and improve talent. There have been far too many attempts to address the lack of a home for cricket. Prior to now, the last major attempt was in 2009 through a lease agreement to develop the said parcel of land at Bethlehem. This agreement was never consummated because of certain stiff arrangements that a financially constrained association could not meet at the time. Today, thanks to the involvement of Senators Kurt VLA and Javan James, through legislative action and interest and support of the Governor, Albert Bryan Jr., we are closer to the dream of not only having a home for cricket, but in time, a well-developed stadium that will meet regional and international standards. I thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Commissioner?
Honorable Kurt A. Vele, Chairman of the Committee of Finance of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, other committee members present, non-committee members present, central staff, listening and viewing audience. Good morning. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, before you to give my support to Bill number 34-0346, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc. For parcel number 23, estate VICORP land, Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King's Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related activities. The lease agreement being contemplated is necessary for the Twin City Cricket Association to continue its plans to develop the estate Bethlehem property. Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and I fully support the Department of Property and Procurement Property and procurement as the department that manages and controls the government property portfolio and its leasing services. We look forward to reviewing the new development plans and are committed to seeing this process through. I look forward to viewing exciting and fully attended cricket matches once the facility is completed. I remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Mr. Richards, this lease begins...
Good morning, Committee Chair, Senator Viale, committee members, Senators Blyden, DeGraff, Carrion, James Sr., and Sarro, non-committee members, Francis, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I'm testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas to offer testimony and support of the proposed lease agreement between Twin City Cricket Association Incorporated and the Government of the Virgin Islands. The subject lease has been approved by Governor Albert Bryan in accordance with the provisions of Title 31, Chapter 20, Section 205B of the Virgin Islands Code. I'm here today to request this committee's and ultimately to set the full Senate body's approval of the lease agreement between the Twin City Cricket Association and the Government of the Virgin Islands. The lease agreement between Twin Cricket City and the GVI is for a plot of land known as remainder parcel number 23, Estate VICORP land, formerly known as Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King's Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The parcel consists of approximately 12.33 U.S. acres of land and has been zoned P for public use. The property will be used for the development of the cricket facility and the promotion of the sport of cricket, concessions and other related activities, and for no other purpose. Pursuant to Act number 8578, which amends Act number 8473, Twin Cricket Association was awarded $2,175,000 for the development of the St. Croix cricket field. Any improvements made to the premises will immediately vest in the government upon commencement of the lease agreement in accordance with Act number 8578, Section 4. Twin City Cricket must comply with the financial disclosure requirements under number 2, VI Code, subsection 29, in expending funds, and the estimated cost of improvements is $2,175,000. The construction period shall be for 24 months, during which time Twin City Cricket will pay $2,400 annually or $200 monthly as a construction period rent. Construction period rent will not be extended beyond the 2 years allocated as the construction period. The initial term of the agreements for 10 years, commencing on the first day of the month following the approval by the Virgin Islands Legislature, and this lease agreement provides for 2 additional 10-year renewal options. The base rent for the above reference parcel would be $12,000.00 payable in equal monthly installments of $1,000 during the period of this lease. Following the first year of the initial term, the base rent will be increased in accordance with the Consumer Price Index established by the U.S. Department of Labor, provided no adjustments shall be increased by no more than 3% over the preceding year, nor shall any adjustments be reduced below the annual base rent of $12,000.00. The lease agreement also requires a minimum of $1 million for all limits of public liability coverage, which shall be provided upon possession. DPP will be required to execute all permits and licenses required for the premises. This proposed lessee has provided the required documents to support the processing of this agreement with the government, including but not limited to its build-out plans, articles of incorporation, and certificate of good standing. If approved, this lease will assist this nonprofit tenant in achieving its goal of expanding the sport of cricket in the Virgin Islands. The development of the cricket field will not only contribute to the social growth of the Virgin Islands, but the growth of our sports tourism economy as well. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee of Finance vote in favor of this proposed lease agreement. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have on the reference lease agreement. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Richards, for your testimony. Colleagues, let's go to a short 3-minute round, beginning with Senator DeGraff.
Good morning. I would say to my colleague, the millennial sponsor the bill, I think it's a good bill to promote cricket in the territory. I do support cricket in the territory 100%. On St. Thomas, the 1.5 that the legislature provided for the cricket over here, and the 2.1 million on St. Croix to the Twin City. Mr. Chair, I thank you also for assisting our colleague in making this a reality. Right off the bat, sports tourism, I believe, is one of the way forward for the territory as a whole. But as you know, and I've stayed consistent with next to sport tourism for me is agriculture. The estate Bethlehem property, the 12 acres is on VICORP land. VICORP land was designated strictly for agriculture. To Deputy Commissioner Richards, is there approximately 12 acres someplace that we could swap out for this VICORP land to put back as VICORP land to try get this here done for the cricketers, where we would still have 12.3 acres of land, or at least 12 acres that we could look to use for VICORP land for agriculture?
Good question, Senator. As I sit here, I can't answer that question, but I'll be happy to do the research and work with you in the future.
Okay, good. If you could get us started going, I could check into that, and hopefully by the time it comes to support this at the end, maybe we'll have a swap.
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I would only ask that any requests that be forwarded to the Commissioner's office.
I'll do so
appropriately, and
yes,
we'll accommodate the request.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, you know, again, if you could assist me also with that, so I could get to support this. But as it stands right now, being VICORP land, you know, I would have to say I can't support it unless we're able to get a switch out, which is comparable to the amount of land. It doesn't have to be the exact amount, but some land that we could designate for agriculture to protect our food industry in the territory as a whole also. But in support of cricket in the territory, I stand 100% in support of my colleague for bringing this bill, and Mr. Chair, you supporting him with this bill. I take my hat off to you guys because it's the way going forward. But VICORP land is equally as important to me in regards to agriculture. So I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hopefully moving forward in the 35th legislature, my colleagues from the opposite district will do the research before they come on the Senate floor, because if you visit the facility, it is the house of a soccer field, not a thing planting over there. So a soccer field exists on our property right now, so we're basically saying remove the soccer field and relocate the soccer field. So colleagues on the opposite side, please just do your research when it comes to these matters. So I just want to place that on the record. It is the ideal place for a cricket field on the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Mr. Lockhart, can you describe the exact location? In reference to the soccer field that we have now.
Well, the soccer stadium is on the southern side. So the land that is allocated, the rest of that land has always been designated for cricket, basically. So towards the northern side of the stadium. And as the senator rightly mentioned, there is no agriculture taking place on that area. In fact, the land is pretty much maintained with soccer, using it as an area for practice, so they usually landscape the area.
For practice and parking?
Yes, for parking and practice, yes.
Okay, and do you know what's the soil composition of that particular area?
The soil
composition. I
cannot speak to that. I don't have experience in soil testing and management.
You don't need to have experience. But what color is the soil?
The soil is, some of it is caliche, what we call limestone. A lot of it is
That's
caliche.
what I wanted you to put on the record.
Okay.
The soil in that particular area is caliche or white marl.
Yeah.
And you can see where they dug out the soccer stadium, that it's caliche, and it's presently being utilized as a parking lot and a practice facility for the Soccer Federation. So it is just literally joining that entire compound to make it a soccer and a cricket that would have shared parking, and looking at a vision moving forward as to how we'll be able to move sports tourism on the island of St. Croix. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I first want to start by thanking the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. It's a good piece of legislation, and it moves us forward in terms of sports tourism. I was going to also mention that I usually reach out to my colleague if I haven't done a tour, and I was told also that it's used for parking and soccer at this time, so I don't have any issue supporting this in legislation. Let me ask Mr. Lockhart.
Yes.
How long have Twin City Cricket Association been in existence?
More than 20 years.
Oh, more than 20 years. And you stated in your testimony that based on your research, you say about 2,000 people are estimated to basically follow cricket in the region. I believe it's more than that, you know. I honestly believe it's more than that. The number, 2,000 that follow cricket in the region is more than that. That you, based on your study, says 2,000 people follow cricket.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did. It's in here. But anyway, it's in here. It's in here. Right here. I marked it. I say it's more than that. In your estimation, since you're on the record, about how many people you think follow cricket? Let me have you clarify that for the public.
In the Caribbean?
Yes. In the region.
Quite a few millions. I mean, cricket is pretty much the sport of the Caribbean, from Guyana right up to Jamaica.
Very well. I thought so because I know back in the day when we had tournaments down on Conquine Field with several teams, not international but local, it had a very, very, very large presence, and the fans are very passionate about the sport, you know, and it's a fun time. It's a family event, and
1 minute.
I always look forward to cricket matches. I understand the sports. I watch it, so I understand cricket, and it's a good sport. Let me ask you, in respect to the 2-year time frame, and I know you mentioned $1,000 a little steep, but it's not $1,000 until it's finished. It's $200 a month for 2 years. You understand that, right? It's $200 a month while it's being constructed. You understand that?
Very much so.
Okay, because I know you say $1,000 a lot, but once it's finished constructed and we have games going on and other activities, you'll be bringing in income, so it'll be okay. $1,000 is not too steep once you have started activities. Don't you agree?
I don't agree.
You know, okay, we are gonna agree to disagree, okay?
Yes.
Very well, but I believe it's a good bill. I do support the sport, and especially when it comes to sports tourism. As my colleague mentioned, moving forward, within the next 2 years, hopefully also we have some more hotel rooms on the Big Island so we can accommodate the many visitors that we're gonna need in order to move forward in our sports tourism product. So again, I support the bill, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. One 2020 match and you make the money for the year. One 2020 match. 2 teams from the Caribbean and you make that money. Easily. Senator Sarro, I won't let you put it on nothing on the record. Don't speak about the lease again. Don't speak about the money again, okay? Just let's move on. Senator Sarro, you recognize. Senator Sarro? If you're...
Sorry,
Okay,
I'm having a little
good.
connectivity issues. Sorry. Good morning to all. Good morning to those listening and viewing. To the 20 Cricket Association, you plan to hold any youth activities and programs?
Yes, we have done in the past. We did our, at one time, Scotiabank was pretty much funding a summer program. In fact, this year we partnered with Sports Parks and Recreation. So I went to one of their facilities to introduce the sports. In fact, I spoke to the guy who is directly responsible so that cricket can be one of those sports come next summer, just as they have basketball, baseball, and all the other sports. We want to incorporate that. We have also been going to schools, but since the pandemic, most of that pretty much was on hold.
And what does the interest look like so far?
Children are very much interested in cricket. It is something different, and they make the association with baseball. So they are pretty much gaining that interest.
Because my only concern would be the succession planning of the sport. I do stand in agreement of today's lease agreement. I vote in the affirmative. But when you pass the cricket, feel like, let's say in St. Thomas, when you go to UVI, it's all older gentlemen. When you go to Fredensborg, it's all older gentlemen and women watching, and St. Croix as well. When I went to the Shang Park, it was older men again. And I didn't see, I'm concerned about the lease agreement allowing cricket to continue, yes, but I don't want it to die with your generation, if that makes sense.
Is that a question or
Comment. It was actually a comment, but I'm just telling you that there has to be some succession planning, that there is like a youth team that's going to travel someplace, or middle-aged team, because most times you see cricket being played by older people in the community. What's your build out? What's your time frame once the lease agreement is approved for the build out? What are you looking at? Like a 5-year, 10-year from now?
The lease agreement does say 2 years. So once we get the approval, we are hoping that the first phase, really, in terms of the areas that I highlighted, would take about 2 years. But
I know the lease says 2 years, but 2 years is almost kind of impossible, in my opinion, but I could be wrong, for a full build out to the magnitude of what your testimony says, the things that you want to do with cricket. You think 2 years is enough?
no, the 2 years that we are talking about is in terms of leveling the grounds, building a concession, bathroom, an area for the visiting teams. We are not going to have a full-fledged stadium in 2 years, and not also with $2.175 million.
Okay.
Time.
So just, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, if I can ask one more question, please?
Proceed.
What was the long-term plan then for the Cricket Association, the Twin City Cricket Association?
Long term, that we have a full-fledged stadium whereby we can have regional and international games. We also would like to see the sport of cricket grow. I would like to say to you, it's not only old men that are playing cricket. We have quite a few young guys. So I don't know in terms of, when you say old, I don't know what age are you referring to. But we have some young guys. We have had young guys participated in the Leeward Island tournament, and that is one of the stuff that we want to encourage. So we would like a lot of our monies that we are raising to invest in youth programs.
Yeah, the overall thing I was just basically saying is that we need more youth. I'm talking about that 13, 12, 11, 12 to 18 age group. That's what I'm referring to. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. And Mr. Lockhart, I'm doing double duties here, so if I ask a question that I've already been asked, just say ask and answer, then I'll move on. Thank you for your testimony, first of all. And I wanted to ask you, is there several cricket clubs on St. Croix? I know that you mentioned the St. Croix Veterans Club, and I think you also mentioned Unique. Is there several clubs?
There are 5 clubs participating in our local league, but there is the veterans. So the veterans would be above 40. So I don't know if we could consider that old, but they are above 40, and that's independent of the league. So within the veterans club, their members are members of other teams participating in the league.
Okay. And in respect to the establishment of this cricket field and everything cricket, would all the clubs be allowed to be able to play within this facility?
Oh, sure, because the clubs are basically Twin City Cricket Association.
So there's no difference there. You're saying that they have individual clubs, but they're still that they come together at some point to form the...
It is Twin City Cricket Association comprises of all the 5 clubs.
That's an umbrella organization.
It's just the umbrella organization.
And also in that facility, I know that you said that the funding may not be adequate to allow for a stadium and everything else, but I'd love to see where we're at least designate a place or a location where we could recognize those cricket members that have gone on or have become professional, the Hayden Walsh Jr. that you have spoken about and the others. How do you intend to recognize and make sure that we're keeping their skill set and their expertise? Is there a designation in this facility where you'll be able to recognize those type of individuals, the all-stars? And
1 minute.
I'm sure we'll be able to get photographs to place in the dressing rooms, for example. We would be able, for example, maybe occasionally name a league after these individuals, which we have done, for example, a couple of years ago. We named our league Mr. Tyson, who had been very much involved in cricket for many years. And besides that, every year we say thank you. So we award certificates of recognitions, plaques. So for example, we did say thank you with a certificate to Senator Vielle because of his hard work, as well as Javan James, who has always been around with us with cricket. Yes. So we usually recognize those individuals.
Time.
Very well. I was also referring to the players, though. These guys don't play, right? They don't play.
No, but we recognize players all the time,
well.
constantly. Yeah. We recognize our players.
And on the serious side, too, we can't, Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude very quickly. I know that an individual that I've known that have discussed the Hayden Walsh Jr. and other cricket issues with me is MacArthur Jarvis, for example. I know that he's he's away right now, receiving medical treatment. And I just wanted to wish him well, if in fact that he's watching this. But I know that he have always spoken about really expanding and getting a facility for cricket. So I just want to recognize him at this time. And again, I stand in full support. I'm not a member of this committee, but when it comes to rules and to session, I will be supporting moving this bill forward and making sure that we could also look at additional funds that may be available to support and assist. The $1,000, I know as a startup may be difficult, but maybe something, as long as you remain in good standing, that this body may be able to assist and support in all miscellaneous disbursement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question to Property and Procurement is, once this leasing agreement is ratified by this body, can you explain to us what the next step will be as far as Property and Procurement?
Senator, once the agreement is ratified, we file the agreement in the Lieutenant Governor's office, and it becomes official.
So no additional step must be taken by the Twin City Cricket Association as far as the involvement of Property and Procurement?
No, Senator. Nothing else for Property and Procurement to do after this, but just file a document if and when it's executed by this body. Okay.
And I too want to just say a special thank you to the Department of Property and Procurement who played a role. So there is no I in this. It involves the government of the Virgin Islands on a whole. But I'm really hoping and praying, though, because we all know, colleagues, that there is an annual appropriation of $1 million, which goes to the Department of Tourism for sports tourism in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And as we know, recently we had Paradise Jam. I think it's, I forget his name, Nelchop? Or Hawkinson or something, Nels Hawkinson, who taps into that fund. And I'm hoping and praying that the Twin City Cricket Association puts a proposal together when it comes to those major tournaments, where you can be able to tap into the appropriation of $1 million for sports tourism in the U.S. Virgin Islands, because we really want to get heads in beds. I understand that to some it might be a hobby, some it might be a sport, but we want to turn it into something where it can be an avenue, a way for individuals to really make it a profession, and they can make a living off of it, because I see how those guys go out there and work very hard on the field as they go there every Sunday.
1 minute.
There's an echo. I don't know why. But I'm also expecting the VI Sports Commission to truly get involved. I know Commissioner Calvert White, he's an ex-officio member of the VI Sports Commission, and I'm asking you, Mr. Lockhart, to really get with the VI Sports Commission to make sure that you can benefit from some of the things that they are doing. I know that we received information, Mr. Lockhart, from Property and Procurement regarding the next step. When can we expect to see some groundbreaking? Because, you know, the funding is there. It's going to get ratified. I know we're going to have a session in December. So once we pound the gavel, it becomes official. So when can we see some groundbreaking?
I can't give an exact time period, but I'm hoping following today's meeting, the executive is meeting next week, so that we can start working with the surveyors. We have spoken to with Antilles with regard to marking the various points, getting those boundaries first, and then working. Mr. Matthew Williams has been working with us so that we can get pretty much a layout and have maybe in the next 2-3 months at least.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, I know majority of the members who play in the sport of cricket, most of them are skilled men. Do you plan to use a specific construction company, or are you utilizing the skilled men who participate in the sport on the island of St. Croix?
I cannot give a definite answer to this.
Okay.
But
Well,
it would include the involvement of those who have the necessary skills and are involved in cricket.
in closing, I just want to say thank you, colleagues. Please support this measure. I understand with the good senator from St. Thomas with his agricultural statement, but please, let's not make it about agriculture today. This is a multi-sports complex. Once it's finished, because we're going to have the FIFA soccer stadium on one side and the cricket field on one side. And just to make it clear, the president, if I'm not mistaken, of the FIFA, right, came and visited sometime back before COVID-19. And he said that soccer field right now is the highest rating soccer field for FIFA. So it is a sports complex. So I just want to make it clear. It is a sports complex. So thank you, colleagues, in advance for the support of this leasing agreement.
Thank you, Senator James. I'm going to give each person an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record. 30 seconds, we don't need a lot of time. Beginning with Mr. Lockhart, closing statement.
The Honorable Senator Vielle, I thank you for this opportunity, for your interest and involvement in cricket. Honorable Javan E. James Sr., who has brought that piece of legislation forward, and for his continuous support for cricket. I also want to thank Mr. Richards, and I have been having a lot of discussion with regard to that list, and he has always been a pleasant person to work with.
Mr. Richards?
Mr. Richards,
okay.
Yes. And Mr. White is also very much supportive of cricket. So we need a home for cricket on St. Croix. There are lots of opportunities for cricket to grow and to develop and to generate that interest, because there is money to be made in cricket, especially, as I said, with regard to the T20 and T10. So I'm really looking forward to having the support of the committee members as they vote on that piece of legislation so that we can move cricket. We will get one step closer to having a facility. So I thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator, for being invited to testify. Although I asked me no question. But
no need to.
Sports Park and Recreation have always been a supporter of cricket, both Twin City and the St. Thomas Association. As a matter of fact, we've sponsored them several times this year, as far as them holding local matches, and I think they had a team that traveled to Florida also. And we continue to support them. I'm not sure if it's in the lease agreement with the $2.1 million that they were awarded on St. Croix, but part of the agreement on St. Thomas is they are required to submit a youth development plan for the sport before those monies are being dispersed. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation about that just recently. As far as of the age, and I don't know how old Mr. Lockhart is, but the president of the Cricket Association in the St. Thomas St. John district is a 30-year-old person. So that's great to see. My one concern about and I do support the construction of the facility, but my one concern is parking at that facility for soccer right now is where the new cricket stadium will be placed. Once that cricket stadium is built, that takes away parking for both facilities. So that's something that you guys need to start thinking about for alternate parking. We continue to promote sports tourism. Sports Park and Recreation and Tourism just attended a sports tourism conference last month. And it's not if people want to come to the Virgin Islands, but when. Sport enthusiastic people are already calling the department to come to the Virgin Islands to take the events and bring the events to the territory. So the market is there, and I look forward to working with Mr. Lockhart to see the completion of this stadium in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Mr. Richards, short closing statement.
Good morning. I just want to thank the members of the legislature and Commissioner White, as well as Mr. Lockhart and his group for working on this project. It's been a long time coming. I know we had a lot of back and forth on it, but nonetheless, you know, the good part about it is we're almost there. So I'd like to just say thank you and congratulations to Twin City Cricket Association.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Richards. Just quickly in closing, Mr. Lockhart, the field is going to be built on the northern portion of the property, right? Yes. So you're still going to maintain parking in the middle?
Yes, that is the overall plan, is to keep parking in the middle.
So the soccer will be on the south, and then that would be all the way on the north towards the road, and the center portion would still be available for parking?
For parking, yes.
Okay, and it's a pretty large area. If you look at it, it's very, very large, and this body just passed an appropriation, I think, in the last session for covering of the soccer field, of the bleachers. We're going to provide covering, and we're also going to pave that particular parking lot because it's a wonderful facility, and it's a facility where we have already been able to attract international teams and teams from the mainland and where we play our home matches. So we're going to make sure that that facility is up and running, that we can really get soccer going in the Virgin Islands. We can see what is taking place right now with the World Cup. I and Al were watching soccer all week. I've just been watching. I was very excited watching the U.S. game and seeing them finally score a goal. You know, soccer is one of the only game where the score could end up 0-0 and they call it a good game. You know, anything else you'll be like, what's really going on? But you know, it is a good sport. Cricket is a good sport, and we're going to push the development of both of those sports. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator James.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0346, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc., for REM Parcel number 23, Estate VICORP land, FKA, Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related facilities, be voted favorably in the Committee on Finance and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0346, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Twin City Cricket Association, Inc., for the remainder of parcel number 23, Estate VICORP land, Upper Bethlehem and Fredensborg, King Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, for a cricket facility and other related activities, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Before the point of personal privilege, I just got to point out for the public, the $2.1 million that is going to be spent on this facility, the Twin City Cricket Association is targeted with developing the property, but the property belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands, and everything reverts back to the government of the Virgin Islands. So in the event that the Twin City Cricket Association is no longer there, it's the government property, we'll put it out for somebody else to run the facility, but it belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands. Point of personal privilege, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of personal privilege. I want to say a special thank you to Mr. Lockhart. It was a long road. Thank you for not giving up. I want to say a special thank you to Scott. Everybody knows Scott from Frontline. And the Shang family for allowing the Twin City Cricket Association to utilize their facilities for the sport of cricket on the island of St. Croix. We can finally say now that we have a permanent location where we can be able to have the sport of cricket. And I must admit that Commissioner Calvert White has a point when it comes to parking. However, there's an opportunity for some level of entrepreneurship for our taxi drivers to be able to shuttle individuals from the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. We can have some little understanding with them, have them park over there and shuttle them to the complex when we have big games. So it is a great project for St. Croix, and I look forward to sports tourism in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again for your input, for your involvement, and for making sure that our appropriation went through. Thank you, thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Senator James. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, we have Bill number 34, that's 0197. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record. I'm beginning with Internal Revenue.
Good day. My name is Joel Lee. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
From Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
To those that are with us remotely, beginning with Attorney Dudley. Attorney Dudley. Okay, let me go to Dr. Harris.
Apologies, Senator, I was muted. My name is Adrienne Dudley. I'm a partner with Dudley Rich LLP, and I'm here to testify in support of the bill.
Thank you. Dr. Rasha Harris.
Good morning. I'm Rasha Harris. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Impact Construction, and I, too, am here to testify in favor of the bill.
Mr. Quinones.
Good morning. My name is Miguel Quinones. I'm with Island Services Group, and I'm here to support the passage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins.
Excuse me, Senator. Mr. Hawkins is traveling and will try to call in on a layover.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's begin with the testimony, and let's begin with Ms. Clendenin. I'm sorry. Before we get to the testimony, we have quite a bit to do. Senator Blyden, you're recognized to introduce the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation for media, but I introduced bill number, where might be about 34.0197, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43, Subsection E, relating to the submittal of bills or invoices that separately states gross receipt taxes to account for the receipt and distribution of federal assistance to the government of the Virgin Islands and related payments to its contractors. As I move forward with introducing a bill, media, can you please put up the PowerPoint for me, please? Can you put it on the screen, this screen, so I can see, so I don't have to turn my head, please? Thank you so much. Bill number 34.0197, a path to maximizing value of federal disaster assistance. Next slide, please. Understanding Bill number 34.0197. What does the legislation do? The legislation allows gross receipt tax to be itemized on invoices in specific situations for federally funded projects. The legislation brings an immediate benefit to the government of the Virgin Islands in some $3 million with additional revenues moving forward. Why do we need this legislation? First, FEMA will not reimburse vendors for gross receipt tax paid to the government of the Virgin Islands without an itemized invoice. Second, the Virgin Islands law forbids itemization of gross receipt tax on invoices except for vehicle purchases. Third, this bill fixes the problem by allowing gross receipt tax itemization on contracts that require itemization of pass-through cost. Next slide, please. Will the legislation reduce gross receipt tax collections? No. The proposed legislation will not reduce gross receipt tax collection. The proposed legislation could increase gross receipt tax collection. Gross receipt tax will continue to be automatically deducted from any payments made to vendors per Bureau of Internal Revenue guidelines. Next slide, please. Bill number 34.0197, basically the win-win reform for Virgin Island federally funded projects and federally funded projects only. Currently, if you have a padded bill and say it's $50 million gross receipt tax, automatically paid to the government of the Virgin Islands. Once the bill is passed, you have a cured bill, which is a bid. You have $50 million gross receipt tax paid to the government of Virgin Islands. The federal reimburses the vendor $50 million, and also the government collects an additional $2.5 million. Under the current law, for each $1 billion in federal contracts, the government of the Virgin Islands will only receive approximately $950 million in goods and services because companies are incentivized to build in the 5% gross receipt tax obligation into the cost in a non-transparent way. With the passage of Bill number 34.0197, itemization will remove the incentive, and the government of the Virgin Islands will basically receive additional 5% more value for each federal dollar spent. Next slide, please. For the government of the, how will this bill benefit the territory? For the government of the Virgin Islands, immediate benefits of $3 million in gross receipt revenues. It will reduce overbilling moving forward. Over $20 million in additional revenues in the next 5 years, based on all the different funds, the disaster relief, hazard mitigation, etc. And honest contractors will be encouraged to bid on projects moving forward. Local contractors, for local contractors and some contractors, it will provide immediate benefits of over $5 million in reimbursements to them, and moving forward, potentially over $100 million in reimbursement over the next 5 years. For the Virgin Islands economy and the workers here in the territory, due to the multiplier effect, hundreds of millions of dollars will circulate in the VI economy, creating jobs and business opportunity. Next slide, please. Does Bill number 34.0197 create an unusual practice? No, it does not. The federal government reimburses contractors for the many pass-through costs, including some travel, security, real property rental, and state taxes paid. Because of our local law, the VI is the only, repeat, the VI is the only jurisdiction in the United States where federal contractors cannot be reimbursed for state taxes paid. VI law requires the itemization of gross receipt taxes on invoices for vehicle purchases. This ensures that the car buyer knows exactly what they are paying for. Bill number 34.0197 will establish the same transparency for federally funded contracts. If transparency is important for a transition of 15 to 50K for a vehicle, isn't it much more important for that transition that includes billions of dollars? Next slide, please. Does Bill number 34.0197 comply with federal and local laws and regulations? An analysis performed by the legislature's legal counsel found the following regarding Bill number 34.0197. It would not violate any federal law or regulations. It would not constitute any unconstitutional special legislation. It would not violate equal protection of the law, and it would not render Virgin Islands gross receipt tax laws discriminatory or otherwise unlawful or against public policy. Next slide, please. It basically speaks to the role of administrative agencies, like the agencies before us. It deals with mechanics of exactly how invoices will be handled. It's not legislative matter, but administrative. And if needed, I am prepared to add specific language authorizing and directing IRB to promulgate rules and regulation governing this process. Next slide, which is the last slide. What happens if we do nothing at this time? Closeout of contracts delayed, local contractors waiting for payments like they are right now. Contractors and subcontractors may pursue legal action for breach of contract. Honest and capable contractors will hesitate to bid because they don't want to face this terrible choice, whether take the 5% beating or pad the books. The GVI will lose $3 million in revenues this year alone and tens of millions in years to come. And over the next 5 years, the VI economy will fail to get the benefit of over $100 million in economic activities that will result from the reimbursement of local subcontractors. Mr. Chair, I know in the last hearing, it was said that this is special interest legislation, and that bothered me. And that's why I have legal counsel here today to basically put on the record exactly what this legislation intent is and what it does. Because my interest, as I said last time, I will repeat again on the record, my interest is special, yes, but special to the people of the Virgin Islands, and in this case, the contractors and the taxes that will be derived from such a piece of legislation like all the other states within the United States has. So, Mr. Chair, before we go into the testimony, can we have, through the Chair, the legal counsel basically summarize their legal opinion? Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden did send a formal request to legal counsel for an opinion on bill number 34-0197 in reference to its legality. There were some allegations at the last hearing that the bill, in fact, was not a legal measure. So, legal counsel, can you please speak to the opinion that was written?
Good morning. Afternoon. I apologize. Good afternoon. This opinion that was prepared by the Office of Legislative Legal Counsel is dated August 2nd, 2022. It's requested by the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, the sponsor of Bill number 34-0197, member of this committee. It's from Yvonne Tharps, Esquire, Deputy Chief Legal Counsel, through myself, Amos W. Carty Jr., Esquire, Chief Legal Counsel. I will only read the introduction and the conclusion, as it is a lengthy, extensive researched opinion. This opinion responds to your request for a legal opinion on the validity and legal sufficiency of Bill number 34-0197. The opinion addresses the following issues. 1, whether Bill number 34-0197 constitutes unlawful special legislation. 2, whether Bill number 34-0197 violates the equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution and Section 3 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954 as amended. 3, whether Bill number 34-0197 violates federal grant laws or regulations. And 4, whether Bill number 34-0197 renders gross receipts laws discriminatory or otherwise unlawful against public policy. After examining the 4 questions presented as requested by Senator Blyden and analyzing them legally and providing the appropriate legal basis, including citing appropriate case law, our office concludes, for the following reasons, Bill number 34-0197 is legally sufficient. As discussed above, the exemption of bills and invoices for contractor payments for federal projects that require itemized bills is not special legislation, does not violate the equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment or Section 3 of the Revised Organic Act of 1954 as amended, inasmuch as the classification is related to a legitimate government objective and there is a rational basis for allowing the classification. Bill number 34-0197 does not violate federal grant laws and regulations, exempting billing for certain federal project costs from Title 33, Section 43E of the Virgin Islands Code's prohibition against the prohibition of itemization of gross receipts taxes would aid the government in its preparation of reports required by general and program-specific terms and conditions, and the tracing of funds to a level of expenditures adequate to establish that such funds have been used according to federal statutes, rules, regulations, and the terms and conditions of the federal award as required by 2 Code of Federal Regulations 200.302. Finally, exemption from Section 43E prohibition against itemizing gross receipts taxes on bills and invoices have long existed for vehicle information disclosure on new motor vehicles since 1976, and since 1986 for stating gross receipts taxes separately in insurance policies or on an invoice for the insurance policies pursuant to Title 22, Section 818 of the Virgin Islands Code. These two exemptions have endured many amendments to the gross receipts law and have not been subject to judicial challenge. Adding another exemption from the itemization prohibition for bills or invoices that separately state gross receipts taxes to account for the receipt and distribution of federal assistance to the government of the Virgin Islands and related payments to its contractors is a legitimate state objective within the legislature's powers, which extend to all rightful subjects of legislation under Section 8 of the Revised Organic Act of 1954 as amended. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my reading of these portions of the legal opinion.
Thank you so much, Attorney Cardi. And Attorney Cardi will be available, senators, for anyone that would like to ask a question in reference to the legality of the bill. We'll now begin with the testimony, and I'll start with I'd like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you. You had a point of...
Thank you. Yes.
Go
Point
ahead.
of inquiry through the chair to legal counsel. I just need to understand for clarity. If this legislation is passed, would it be retroactive? Because from what I understand, this is a contract that is currently signed off on between the parties and the government. And if we were to pass this legislation from now henceforth, would that now be retroactive to any contracts that might have happened previously? I need some clarity on that part. Thank you.
Through the chair, counsel.
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger, in specific response to your inquiry, no, this legislation is not retroactive.
Thank you. So, well then so if we're changing the law to be able to allow individuals that already have current contracts with the government, that based on the current law as it stands right now, those portions of the law are technically illegal because they do not coincide with what our current law says. By us changing this today or any day forward, how would this help them to resolve their issue of getting these funds if it cannot go retroactively to contracts that were previously signed outside of us potentially changing it today or in the future?
There's also an amendment. I'll ask the sponsor of the bill to read the amendment that he's going to be bringing. Senator Blyden, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for that question, Senator. I also do have an amendment that I will be offering, which is amendment number 34.523, which basically deals with amending. Well, let me read the amendment. Bill number 34.0197 is amended by striking all the language in Section 2 and inserting new language that reads as follows. Section 1 applies to federally funded projects that are ongoing or that have not yet been completed or otherwise closed out on or before the effective date of this act. So it will protect those individuals. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You have next concern, Senator Francis Heiliger?
So I just want to make sure that we are also going to the extent to make sure that these contracts specifically are protected. So when it still gives me the sense of special interest because it seems we're going above and beyond to make sure these things are covered. And I I would like to put on the record that I fully understand what's happening here, but I'm very much concerned that we have a situation where something was not done from a legal standpoint, and the legislature is changing the law to make a contract legal. And that concerns me. But I'm willing and open to listen to the testimony today. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't think that is a clear interpretation as to exactly what is taking place. Contracts were entered into by the government of the Virgin Islands and private entities, and they have been literally not agree on particular portions of the contract in reference to the possible reimbursement of gross receipt taxes. So I'll give them an opportunity to put the testimony on the record, and then we'll have a discussion, and hopefully by the end we can have some clarity as to exactly what took place. So let me begin with Ms. Glendon, I think that's best.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day, Senator Kurt Violet, Finance Committee Chair, members of the Finance Committee, other senators present, the listening and viewing audience. I am Dana Clendenin, and I serve as Interim Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, to provide you with the authority's requested testimony on the proposed legislation, Bill number 34-0197, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43, Subsection E, relating to the submittal of bills or invoices that separately state gross receipt taxes to account. As we testified in April, our assessment is that the proposed law seeks to 1, allow invoices related to federal assistance to include gross receipt taxes as a separate line item for federal funding invoices, and going forward, 2, apply this to any matters involving claims for disaster assistance pending on that effective date of the act. It appears that the intent of this bill is to right a perceived wrong on behalf of hurricane disaster contractors AECOM and APTN, and we remain steadfast in our position that crafting legislation to benefit two specific companies today may cause irreparable harm tomorrow. Further, this bill does not address how Tier 3 companies, those not directly subcontracted, and among them local subcontractors under AECOM and APTN who have not been paid, can benefit from this legislation. As we have previously testified, there's no written rule or regulation or letter guaranteeing that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, in this case, would authorize such reimbursement proposed by this proposed bill, since the existing law at the time of the emergency stated that gross receipts cannot be separated. According to FEMA's guidelines, the local law existing at the time of the declared disaster is controlling. By way of background, on October 27, 2017, FEMA issued guidance authorizing the execution of the Sheltering and Temporary Essential Power, STEP, program, known locally as Emergency Home Repairs Virgin Islands. In addition, the governor appointed the VIHFA as the lead territorial representative on the Unified Housing Task Force on December 6, 2017. As the territorial agency assigned to administer the STEP program, VIHFA issued a request for proposal on January 4, 2018, seeking proposals for a qualified general contractor construction management firm. As a result, 2 contracts were awarded, one to AECOM and one to APTN Environmental. The VIHFA formally evaluated and rated each bid according to the same criteria. And in February 2018, the VIHFA awarded AECOM a contract based on its high rankings to perform the scope of work identified in the RFP to manage the STEP repairs Phase 1. Several months later, VIHFA also selected APTN to perform permanent roof repairs under STEP. GRT was not explicitly mentioned in the solicitation documents or in the final step contracts, although the reimbursement of taxes was included. The VIHFA and ACOM entered into a contract for construction repair services for STEP program in February 2018. Under the contract as amended, VIHFA agreed to compensate ACOM through a combination of unit rate pricing, hourly rate pricing, and reimbursement of pass-through costs. The VIHFA entered into a similar contract with APTIM. There are two relevant sections under both contracts that need to be brought to your attention. First, ACOM's Section 7 payment process, subsection B of the contract also states, while the remaining pass-through costs will include a 10% administrative handling fee, the components of this fee are not defined in the contract. ACOM has invoiced over $40 million of administrative handling fee cost. Second, ACOM Section 10, Administrative and Compliance Provisions, and APTIN Section 11, Administrative and Compliance Provisions, Section A, each state contractor is responsible for paying all applicable taxes from the funds to be received under the contract. With this in mind, the VI Office of Attorney General has taken the position that ACOM cannot invoice separately for GRT cost under the Virgin Islands Code. VIHFA has contended that it would pay what was legally allowable, defined in the contract, documented, and therefore reasonable under FEMA's Public Assistance Program. For the public's information, the GRT tax of 5% of all ACOM and APTIM invoices has already been remitted to the U.S. VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, therefore consistent with the VI Code. In excess of $533 million of ACOM invoices have been paid. 95% or $507 million has been remitted to ACOM, while 5% of this amount, a little over $26 million, has been remitted to VIBIR. And of the $142 million of APTIN invoices that have been paid, 95% or $135 plus million has been remitted to APTIN, while 5% of this amount, $7.1 million, has been remitted to the VIBIR. Accordingly, these invoices has already been paid by FEMA and HUD, and proof of payment for both ACOM and VIBIR has been provided to FEMA and HUD. Therefore, there are no known or anticipated compliance concerns regarding payments that have been made. To retroactively implement the proposed provisions would upend FEMA's established determination of what is due. The IHFA has worked through an extensive multi-year exercise to satisfy FEMA that the costs incurred on the STEP program were appropriately documented. FEMA only reimburses expenses that are considered ordinary, necessary, and reasonable. It is important to note that through the lengthy obligation process, FEMA has already established the cost reasonableness of the STEP program in writing to VIHFA without considering a separate 5% reimbursement of gross receipt taxes. Therefore, it is uncertain how this increase would impact FEMA's determination of cost reasonableness. We understand from VITEMA and the Office of Disaster Recovery that this is the same approach that has been taken with all payments processed across all disaster recovery programs. In conclusion, I strongly urge this body to think about the substantial impact changing the existing law for two companies will have, particularly and in this case where there's no guarantee that FEMA will approve. Senators, Ms. Shelford and I remain available to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Glendina. Mr. Lee?
Once again, I am Director Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and I am here to provide my testimony. Greetings, Honorable Kurt A. Ville, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and all other honorable members of the 34th Legislature present. Greetings to persons present in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. I appear before you today to once again offer my testimony on Bill number 34-0197, which seeks to amend Title 33, Chapter 3, Section 43, subsection E of the Virgin Islands Code by inserting "and except on bills or invoices that separately state gross receipt taxes to account for receipts and distribution of federal assistance to the government of the Virgin Islands and related payments to its contractors." The stated purpose of this bill, as indicated by the explanation of the bill, is to allow for gross receipt tax to be displayed as a separate line item solely for accounting purposes as it pertains to claims for disaster assistance that are pending before the government of the Virgin Islands on or after the effective date of this bill if it becomes law. Title 33, Section 43, subsection B defines gross receipts as all receipts, cash or accrued, without deduction for taxes. A taxpayer who is a building contractor will pay gross receipt tax on funds received, whether from federal funds, local funds, or from a private homeowner who is rebuilding his or her property. This amendment will not change the amount of tax owed by the contractor, nor will it affect the upfront withholding requirement by government agencies and instrumentalities pursuant to Title 33 VIC Section 43 subsection C. This bill seeks to permit taxpayers to line item the gross receipt tax on a bill or invoice. The general rule is that the gross receipt tax should not be separately stated on any bill or invoice. This bill will provide a very broad exception to this rule, as it will apply to each and every contractor of the government who will receive any amount of the billions of federal funding that the government of the Virgin Islands is expected to pay out in future years. The exception, therefore, may potentially apply to each and every construction contractor, subcontractor, or retailer that may receive related payments from the government under our disaster recovery projects. If these special contractors are permitted to separately identify their gross receipt tax on invoices contrary to the normal provisions of Section 43, subsection E, what is to prevent other local businesses from asking for the same relief and attempting to pass the tax on to the consumer, since it will now be separately stated? This will cause chaos to the gross receipt tax system. This section of the bill will not change the definition of gross receipts for the purpose of calculating the gross receipts tax. In addition, Title 33, Section 43, subsection E, and Section 44 will continue to require that all entities and instrumentalities of the government withhold the 5% and remit it to the Bureau. What this section of the bill will do is, 1, open the door to potential lawsuits as it relates to those unknown contractors who can now separately state the gross receipt tax on a bill or invoice. 2, increase the errors in the calculation of the gross receipts tax if the tax is calculated on amounts other than the gross amount. Section 2 states that this change will apply to any claims for disaster assistance presently pending before the government on or after the date of this bill. This language suggests that there may be some form of retroactive application, and invoices already submitted for payment should be revised in some fashion. It would appear to open the door for revisions of invoices that may have already been vetted for more than 4 years ago. The Bureau believes that the Office of Disaster Recovery, which is the government's authorized representative for federal funding, should be asked to respond to the practical effects of this change and provide more specific guidance on what is needed to ensure the government continues to meet its obligations for federal reimbursement. Mr. Chairman, thank you for affording me the opportunity to testify on this bill. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, let's have Attorney Dudley.
I wanted to add my, there's an echo.
Go ahead, Counsel.
My name is Adrienne Dudley, and I am here to speak on behalf of Bill 340197. Greetings to Commissioner Chair Kurt Viele, all committee members, non-members present, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I'm here by video due to family concerns requiring my presence on the mainland. I thank you, Chair Viele and Sponsor Blyden, for your indulgence. I respectfully submit these remarks today in support of Bill 34-0197. The law does not allow GRT to be itemized on an invoice for reimbursement of federal funds. This legislation would create a narrow, explicit exception in federally funded contracts that require by contract that the contractor invoice separately GRT. Now, I think there's a misunderstanding with respect to what this bill does. Usually, GRT is bundled into contract cost by everybody so that all vendors pay GRT, but in fact, they do pass it on in the retail price to the customer. But GRT is not separately identified in contracts with the government. The invoiced amounts, as I say, include GRT. In rare cases, such as the STEP program, all costs, pass-through costs, including GRT, became separately itemized. When a federally funded contract requires that an invoice itemize all pass-through costs, this legislation would permit GRT to be among those items itemized. For example, the STEP program was such a case. The contracting agency, VI Housing Finance Authority, was faced with a fixed sum to provide emergency repairs to homes damaged by the hurricanes. In order to repair the greatest number of homes at a set fee of $25,000 per home, VIHFA had to structure the payment requirements to maximize the number of residents who could be helped. Had soft costs, such as bonds, taxes, and insurance, been factored into the cost of repair materials, fewer residents would have been eligible for the program. So soft costs were expressly cut out from the unit prices by the Housing Finance Authority in order to deliver more benefits to homeowners under the cap established by FEMA. Local companies seek certainty and confidence that all eligible project costs will be paid and that sufficient transparency exists in their invoicing to allow federal auditors to trace the funds expended. Section 2 of this bill allows funds not yet invoiced to be paid to the government and then to its contractors to be covered by this amendment to the GRT statute. It will allow government contracting agencies greater administrative flexibility for procurement and contracting. Agencies will be able to negotiate cost-based contracts which pass through soft costs where it would maximize the benefits of the federal award to the territory. At a meeting in December 2021 to discuss her opinion, the Attorney General suggested that the best way to fix the problem would be to amend the GRT statute. This bill will allow Housing Finance Authority to enforce the contract terms to which it agreed and submit complete and clear invoices for the taxes which were backed out of direct costs. A statement has been made that somehow this will add an administrative handling fee to the taxes invoiced or cost the government an additional amount. This is not correct. In fact, the administrative handling fee applied to other costs. It did not apply to GRT, and a review of the contract reveals expressly that it does not apply to GRT. A review of the contract also expressly notes that GRT is line itemed as a cost in Exhibit 7. Is this bill retroactive? No. The amendment applies to pending and future contracts. The amendment does not state that it applies retroactively, but rather it addresses a need for documentation, of costs necessary to address federal contract requirements. Is this bill special legislation? As found by counsel in further support of this point, no. This bill applies to federal contracts which require taxes to be itemized. To our knowledge, the STEP contract is the only such contract today, but many more federal dollars will be coming to the territory for a lot of projects and not just for disaster recovery. But the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, for example, may well provide for itemized costs as it is directed to specific projects delineated within that law, which was signed into law on November 15th, 2021. As stated by Director Lee, all contractors will indeed continue to pay GRT because the government automatically deducts 5% GRT from every payment. This legislation will not permit anyone to not pay GRT, and it doesn't add any new requirements for its collection. Taxes are generally allowable costs on federally funded projects. Whether the taxes are bundled in to a total project cost, or whether we have a situation such as that posed by the STEP program, where a unit price must be had in order to maximize the benefit to individual residents or others within the territory. Otherwise, without this, itemization would not be permitted. As an integral part of the contract, every contractor pays taxes. In this contract, as part of the contractor pays taxes and is eligible for reimbursement as it is under other federal contracts in other jurisdictions and as it is specifically required. This bill supports contractors for pending and future federally funded work. It does not create new rights for every person who feels it can, or every entity which feels that it can, itemize invoices, itemize GRT on an invoice. It only applies in these special cases. This bill does not open the floodgates for every federal contractor, but it will prevent the territory from shortchanging itself, frankly, for the GRT on the GRT, and shortchange itself for any FEMA funding. Government agencies will have the flexibility to contract on a cost bundled basis, as I've said, or on an itemized pass-through cost basis, depending upon the specific circumstances and the requirements of the government with respect to funding to pay for those circumstances. This, provides proof of payment of the GRT. It requires it. And it must be given in those cases where it is required by the federal funder to substantiate the eligible scope and costs of a particular project. This is already done for every other federally funded invoice paid to the territory. It's just bundled instead of itemized. I thank you all today for the opportunity to hopefully explicate some of the issues raised with respect to this bill. And I stand available for your questions.
Thank you, Attorney Dudley, for your testimony. Dr. Harris, for Impact Construction, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Committee
I'm sorry,
Chairman Kurt.
One second, Dr. Harris. I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Thank you so much, and a sponsor of this piece of legislation. Thank you for being here, Senator. You may proceed. I'm sorry.
No worries. Good morning, Committee Chairman Kurt VLA, Vice Chair Donna Gregory, committee members, Senators Marvin Blyden, Dwayne DeGraff, Samuel Carrion, Javon James Sr., Janelle Sorrow, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Rasha Harris, and I appear before you today on behalf of Impact Construction. We are in support of this legislation to amend the Gross Receipts Tax Law 33 VIC Section 43E. I have recently testified for the same bill in front of the same legislative body. I hope by now you know that St. Thomas has been my husband's home many generations past and will be my children's home for many generations to come. I have told you about the role Impact played post-hurricanes and how we were an integral part of the AECOM inspections team. I have told you about how long it has taken for us to get paid for our services and reimbursed for our expenses. It still holds true today that we are owed project money that has not yet been released. I have told you, as others have told you, that this project has presented everyone it has touched with problems and difficulties every step of the way. Today, I would like to focus on how I came to be here today and how this project has affected Impact and the hardships it has brought us, if I may. When Impact's initial rate terms were discussed and contracted by AECOM, as typical, GRT was wrapped up in the numbers. When preparing our first few invoices, we were asked to strip GRT out and place it on a separate line. We did as we were asked. To my understanding, this was to be able to allocate more monies to actual home repairs. Considering that home repairs was the point of the project, this made sense and we complied. Where the amount was on the invoice did not matter much. The bottom line amount due for services was the same. Impact continued to do its work and billed appropriately for all services. We were there from the beginning until the expanded project closed. All of our team members were paid and our vendor accounts were paid, all on time and in full. Relevant to today's proceedings, 100% of our gross receipts tax payments were also paid. We have diligently and without delay paid 5% of all income for this project, as we have for all of our other projects and earnings. We understand the importance of GRTs, and as upstanding citizens of the Virgin Islands, we willingly pay our dues. The lack of timely reimbursement and payment cuts such as this has caused harm to impact. We've had to downsize our team, delay projects, and rely on lines of credit that we had never touched before. We are still seeing the effects today. It is very hard to understand why there is opposition to this legislation. FEMA wants to and is willing to reimburse us for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have paid in GRTs to the VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. However, because of the way the law is currently written, our local government will not accept invoices where GRT is presented as a single line item. The proposed bill in hand today would allow us to do just that, just as it does for other provisions under Title 11, Chapter 25. No, it does not get us out of paying GRTs. No, it does not waive GRT for federal contracts. And no, it does not lessen the amount of GRT that is due. All it does is allow GRT to be billed separately as a pass-through cost on all federal contracts as a reimbursement. Since we will have to pay additional GRTs on the reimbursement monies when we receive them, this bill will actually increase the amount of GRT that the IRB can collect. To me, this is a win-win situation. But because of an outdated exclusion law, Impact is not able to collect on the full amount it billed for services. This is not right. This is not how a local small business should be treated by its government. We are due this money for our services. This concludes my written testimony in consideration of adopting Bill 340197 and amending the current gross receipts law of 33 VIC Section 43E. I appreciate your time and have faith you will be guided to do the right thing. I am here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Next testifier for Mr. Cojones. You may proceed with your testimony.
Greetings, Honorable Senator Kurt Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and all other honorable members of the 34th Legislature present. Greetings to the persons present in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Miguel Quiñones, and I appear before you today on behalf of Island Services Group, LLC. We support this legislation. This legislation amends the Gross Receipts Tax Law, Chapter 33, via Section 43E. The proposed legislation would allow for a more extensive scope of work for the Virgin Islands disaster recovery efforts by enabling federal recovery funds for gross receipts tax reimbursements. The problematic payment process for the recovery projects for the 2017 storms burdened small and large local firms as payments for the work completed remain outstanding. Removing GRT from the billable line items further limited our capacity to take on more work because all of our operating capital was committed to the projects. In the end, ISG paid all the workers on time and the vendors, and most importantly, paid all taxes. The passage of Bill 34-0197 before the FEMA project closeout deadline would enable ISG to inject more operating capital into projects and hire more local labor. ISG's trajectory in the Virgin Islands goes back decades, when the company's principals made the territory their home and started working on industrial, commercial, and institutional projects. Despite challenges and delays, ISG has continued to support hurricane recovery efforts and is currently working on the Juan F. Louis Temporary Hospital facility, and is also under contract to provide materials management for the storage and disbursement of construction materials for the Envision program. ISG's local personnel continues to operate and maintain the facilities and fulfill the administrative, material handling, and equipment operations. Regarding future emergency work, ISG would not engage in contracts with pay when get paid payment terms, nor plans to offer to finance work performed for the government. The proposed bill aligns with Act 8249 of 2019 of maximizing revenue fairly and impartially by enabling the VI government to be reimbursed for the gross receipts taxes for federally funded hurricane recovery projects. ISG does not include gross receipts taxes in the billing for this project, so there is no duplication of benefits. Bill 34-0197 amends Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43E. Gross receipts taxes can be then identified on invoices as project costs. However, it does not change the requirement for gross receipts taxes to be paid on the gross receipts of businesses or impact the collection of gross receipts taxes. Additionally, nothing within the bill allows for the avoidance of paying gross receipts taxes, which will continue to be automatically deducted from all the payments made to vendors like ISG. Thank you for all your efforts to make sure that we get paid for the work that we completed over 3 years ago. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Quinones. Next, we'll have Claude Shack Harkins, Executive Director for Polaris Engineering Company. You may proceed with your testimony. Oh, I guess he's not available, right? Correct. Attorney Dudley, he was traveling, correct?
He's on the road and was trying to testify at a time certain, which I believe has passed. But we are trying to get a hold of him to see if we can bring him back during the period under which this bill is being considered. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you so much. I guess that's it for our testifiers. So, colleagues, we're going to start with we're going to have a 4-minute round of questioning. We're going to start with Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director Lee, would this bill mean, if passed, the government of Vernon have to give back the gross receipt monies that they received originally?
No, Senator. This,
Okay,
my
so they would be able to
understanding,
keep
this would
the
be
monies that were collected, but still, what would we be requesting to be reimbursed?
My understanding is the intent is to allow FEMA, who funded the project, to reimburse the gross receipt tax that the contractors.
I'm unable to hear. I can't hear anything. Yeah.
Get closer to the mic.
Good day, Senator. No, there's no reimbursement coming from the Virgin Islands government. My understanding is the intent is to allow FEMA.
Okay. I'm not. No, I'm not hearing anything.
You're not hearing?
I didn't hear anything. Yeah, I apologize. I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I'll hold your time. Are you hearing me, Senator DeGraff?
Not hearing. Yeah.
Okay, you still not hearing anything? That's it. 1, 2. Are you hearing me?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm not hearing anything. No, I'm not getting anything at all. Test.
Now we are hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Now I'm hearing. I didn't hear anything that Director Lee said.
I held your time, so I'm going to give him a chance to respond. Go ahead and respond, Director.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No, Senator. My understanding is the intent of this change is to allow FEMA to be able to reimburse the contractors the gross receipt tax that they paid to IRB.
Okay, so FEMA would reimburse the contractors for their gross receipt taxes.
That's my understanding.
But not the government of the Virgin Islands?
Correct. We've already collected the taxes that, based on the income that they've, based on the monies that they've received already. So this is a reimbursement to them from an outside entity, in this case FEMA.
Okay, because that was never my understanding from the beginning, the first time I heard it, that it was the outside agencies, contractors versus the government of the Virgin Islands being the one who has to submit the money and then they have to file for reimbursement, because that was what was put out to me from my recollection. Yeah, it's so based on the presentation made by my colleague, where they showed on the page, I guess is the third page, where he said the flow chart, we have the currently, and they show the padded bill and 50 million GRT automatically paid to GVI versus the accurate bill, and then the same $50 million paid to the GRT, to the GVI. So it just confuses the whole thing, where is the outside entities, the outside contractors, because if that was the situation, then we would have addressed this here from long before. The issue still became where it has been put out that the government of the Virgin Islands still would have to put in for reimbursement for FEMA, not the private contractors. Is that clear, Director Lee? I just want to be certain.
Once again, the reimbursement to the contractors is for the taxes that they paid to IRB. That reimbursement is coming from FEMA, not the VI government.
Okay, so they have not paid it at all, totally. Okay. Yeah, because that just turned the whole thing around. So then, in regards to the amendment, where it's stricken section 2, the amendment where they're talking about the federally funded projects that are ongoing and not yet have been completed, otherwise closed out on or before the effective date of this act. So all the private subcontractors would be able to put in to get their funding, the reimbursement through having paid the GRT before. Correction, yes, the GRT before.
Time.
Okay, I'll follow up on it. Thank you for the time at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt briefly? Is it possible to respond to Senator DeGraff's question?
One minute, Attorney Dudley. Senator DeGraff, the gross receipts has already been paid to the government of the Virgin Islands. We already got those monies. So the contractors, matter of fact, we took it automatically. When we were paying them, the government of the Virgin Islands took the 5% share, and we received those monies. What this bill seeks to do is to have the government of the Virgin Islands separately invoice gross receipt taxes, which would allow the private companies to be able to receive reimbursement from the federal government for those taxes that were paid. So it has nothing. And then when they receive that reimbursement, then we're going to charge them a gross receipt on the reimbursement that they got. So it's like we're gonna get a second cut of the monies that are allocated to that particular company. So this is no reimbursement from the government of the Virgin Islands, okay? If it was a reimbursement from the government of the Virgin Islands, I won't be supporting any bill. So the government is not reimbursing anything. It allows them to invoice, to charge, because it is separately invoiced on the overall contract or that invoice for payment. It's a separate line item. Because it's not a separate line item, they cannot seek reimbursement. To seek reimbursement, it got to be separated on the invoice that was paid. So that's what this bill seeks to do. Attorney Dudley?
Point of inquiry.
1 minute, Senator. Attorney Dudley.
You covered what I was going to say, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis, point of inquiry.
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair, to Public Finance, Ms. Clendenin. If these funds are reimbursed after the fact, will they come out of the allotment that is already given to the people of this territory? Would our allotment for other projects be reduced by 5%? Or will the federal government come up with an additional 5% and add to the monies we already have allotted to us?
So there's Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. First, Senator, if I could just tell you that there's no guarantee at this time, and I'm talking specifically as it relates to ACOM and APTIM for this STEP program. There is no guarantee that FEMA is going to reimburse any additional cost. One, because they have already determined through a very extensive, grueling process as to what is reasonable, necessary, and a cost. So there's no guarantee this will happen. Further again, FEMA looks at the law, at the existing law at the time of the event. So changing this law today will not necessarily ensure of that outcome.
And that speaks to the question I asked before. But let's say that we were able to change the law. Number one, will the government be participating in submitting for these reimbursements? Because it sounds like you guys are 100% against doing this, because as far as you're concerned, you've closed out when it comes to submitting for these parts. But the question again I'm asking, if you were to submit, and if FEMA were to grant this 5% reimbursement, would it be coming out of the monies we already have allotted to us? That's reducing our monies by another 5%, or would it be an additional 5% FEMA will give the people of this territory for this reimbursement? I'm trying to understand clarity between that.
I'm not sure. That would be a question best answered for Director Octolins William at the czar.
Is she on here?
No.
No, she's not on, Senator. And I mean, if the law is passed, the FEMA needs to make the determination as to whether or not they're going to provide the reimbursement. But we do know that in other jurisdictions, and we're talking about pending contract within other jurisdiction in reference to disaster recovery, it is separated on the invoice and it is reimbursed. So this isn't something that we're trying to do that is not ordinarily done throughout the nation. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Executive Director Clendenin, in respect to this legislation that has been around since April, have there been any discussion, any communication, any question to FEMA whether or not they're in support of this piece of legislation?
Not on our side, because we do not support the measure.
So why not?
Again, for the same reasons. I know for us further, it does not take into account those Tier 3 contractors. The contract is between ACOM and APTIN and the government of the Virgin Islands. To ask the third-tier contractors to separate their GRT, one, is already in violation of the law, right? Because it says you can't separate GRT. Secondly, so it doesn't show how they will benefit from this. Even in the future, our local contractors, if they don't have the capacity, et cetera, right? They're not bidding on these federal projects. It's these larger companies. How are they being impacted? How do they get their GRT reimbursed?
Thank you. I'll continue my line of question at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The contract with the government is with the Tier 1, is with the two providers, correct?
Correct.
It's not with the Tier 2 or the Tier 3. That's for there to negotiate with the Tier 1 as to exactly what their contract is going to contain. So the government can't say, well, the territory isn't going to get this, and you could say, well, you pass it on to Home Depot, to this other place. I mean, you could continue to pass it on forever. But did we have a contract that separated or spoke to the separation of gross receipt taxes? The original contract that was signed before this administration, did it allow for them to separate?
No, the contract as stated in the testimony indicated that they could have these pass-through costs, but it didn't specify what the pass-through cost was.
So
and then the
hold
contract
up.
also stated
So could a pass-through cost be gross receipt?
it didn't define it,
So it could have been gross receipt.
but it didn't define it.
And it didn't
I
define a
wasn't
lot of
there at
other
the
stuff.
time.
It said pass-through costs.
Pass-through costs,
So
but it also
Can
stated
gross
that
receipts be a pass-through cost? According to the way the contract was written.
not if the contract stated in section 10 that the contractor is responsible for paying all applicable taxes.
So isn't the contractor paying all applicable taxes? We're talking about reimbursement. They have to pay all applicable taxes. So they paid all applicable taxes. They paid all the gross receipt, correct?
Yes, 26 million for ACOM and
Okay.
about
So
7
did they
million
pay
for
all
Acton.
applicable taxes?
Yes.
So this bill doesn't speak to anything but reimbursement from the federal government. They paid all taxes to the government of the Virgin Islands. So how does that section that you identified differ or stop the government from separating the GRT and the bill? Do we separate GRT for any other bills? Automobile,
We do.
right? By law?
Yes.
Is that illegal?
No.
Why not?
It's permittable by the law.
Because law. So if we pass this law, what is the difference if we pass this with what is taking place with automobiles? Any difference?
No.
Okay, and the reimbursement income is, I just repeat it because individuals say special interest, this or that. My interest is the people of the Virgin Islands. The reimbursement will not come from the government of the Virgin Islands. The reimbursement comes from the federal government. The STEP program was a separate program, separate and apart, correct?
Yes.
And they deem exactly how much they're going to put to the STEP program without touching any of our other federal funds that were allocated. The other federal funds are going to HUD, correct? The bulk?
Yes.
HUD?
Yes.
So FEMA would be the one to make the determination as to whether or not they're going to put any additional money for the STEP program in reference to not this now being a pass-through cost. And if FEMA said no, they said no. So what do we lose if FEMA says no? If they say yes, we're going to tax them 5% more on what they receive back. Senator, this was just at a particular point, the need to paint everything that Croix is affiliated with as special interest. So it became, it's special interest, so let's just block it. You know, but without any type of discussion and realizing that the contract literally contained provisions that they could seek reimbursement of this particular cost. Senator Francis. Oh, James, you want it ready? Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I, too, was a bit skeptical about the bill when we first heard the bill. And, you know, it was right before the election, so everybody had something to say. But the election is over, so it's time to do the people's work. And when it comes to the people's work, one thing I truly respect when it comes to this institution is that of the work of legal counsel, to make sure that we are guided and protected. And I must say that I wish we saw this legal opinion several months ago, because I think it was put into place or in motion from since August of 2022. And I'm getting to see a clearer view of what it is we're speaking here of. And long story short, our legal counsel, who we pay good amount of money for their expertise, is saying is legally sufficient. So today or tomorrow, this was supposed to be challenged in a court of law based on that of the legal counsel. He's basically saying, based on his studies and practice, that we are in the green light. So I'm not going to really say much about this bill or ask many questions, because I understand where the testifier stands. My only thing with this now is that once implemented or passed by this body, if it will be signed into law, and if it's not signed into law, I guess it passes back on to us. But most likely that will probably roll over into the 35th. So let's just see how the dice roll. I will continue to listen to the conversation, but my mind is already made up when it comes to the opinion of legal counsel. Because the most important thing in the conclusion of the legal opinion is it says that Bill number 34-0197 does not violate federal grant laws and regulations. And he went on to say that it's legally sufficient. It does not violate the Revised Organic Act and the 14th Amendment. And those were the many concerns that we heard in April of 2022 that made me had pause. But it's time to move forward and do the people's business. And worst case scenario, we just change the law again. And that's the purpose of this body, to pass laws. So I'm ready to pass it today. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I will continue to listen to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. And I happen to have been in this body when the hurricane occurred. The first flight brought in FEMA, and the second flight brought in AECOM, and the third flight brought in APTIM. FEMA and AECOM came together in this whole discussion. The GVI, the government of the Virgin Islands, ain't had no choice in AECOM coming to the Virgin Islands. It was FEMA conjoined with AECOM. So if there is an opportunity for those individuals to fight the battle of being able to recover the GRT, I say, let them fight. The question that was asked by my colleagues is what I'm concerned about, whether or not their ability, AECOM and APTIM's ability to go back to FEMA for the GRT, whether or not that will impact our bottom number. I'm hearing here from Director Clinton that she's not in a position to answer that, and she will leave that up to Adrian Williams-Octolin. Is that correct?
Right, because we don't know. We don't know that FEMA would say this is acceptable, particularly because they've already determined what was ordinary, necessary, and reasonable.
Okay.
And I know, Senator, when you say let FEMA and APTIM fight it out, it really never works that way without involving the manpower of the employees at the, here. So it's administratively burdensome as well.
That's understood, but I'm surprised by the fact that we have had this discussion for the last several months, and there have not been any communication with FEMA. As much time as we have dialogue with them, as much time as we have met with them in regards to some of the issue, and a question posed to them whether or not this will be allowable, whether or not they'll be interested in allowing this to occur. I'm just surprised by that.
But Senator, just be clear, I'm saying I can't speak to that. Senator Williams. Director Williams-Octolin may have had those conversations.
Did you have a discussion with Director Octolin before coming here?
Not on this matter, no.
Why not? I mean, this obviously you come here with a charged legislation already. I mean, there will have been no discussion with the administration in respect to moving this legislation on?
We've had prior discussions, and our position has remained the same.
1 minute.
Quickly, in regards to the itemization of the invoices, do you see an opportunity for the government of the Virgin Islands to be able to recoup additional funding if, in fact, AECOM and APTIM is able to get the GRT back from FEMA?
Good day, Senator. All gross receipt funds, IRB is due 5%, all.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Thank you. So again, I don't see the need for us to really continue this whole issue. I think there's an opportunity for us to earn additional monies if, in fact, there is no culpability on the government of the Virgin Islands, there is no impact to our bottom figure. You know, I think it's something that we should really really go for. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I am not a member of this committee, but I think it's important that the people of the Virgin Islands is able to, again, benefit from any funding that's possibly coming to our treasuries. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I know you speak to reasonable costs, but what we're speaking to now is just the GRT. And the GRT was based, and the overall contract is 5% of what you receive. So I don't see the reasonable cost argument, because it is an argument for reimbursement of gross city taxes that were paid. It's not like you're charging additional for each house or each unit that was repaired. It is just seeking reimbursement of the taxes that was paid. Senator Alma Francis Heilaga, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. My first set of questions, well, I want to make a statement quickly. I don't have a problem, and I fully understand what is happening here. I am just very ridiculously hesitant, because I do understand what's happening here. We're in an unfortunate situation where something was negotiated between the government and individuals that was negotiated against a law that we currently have. Our law is very specific. And when housing and these two companies made their negotiations, there was an entire section in that contract, when I read it the last time they were here, that listed off several things. It had taxes, it had all these different things in it. And one of the questions I did ask them, all these things that were listed, were all of them applicable to you as an organization or a company? I was told no. So they were a standard part of the contract, but they were not applicable, some of them, based on the laws of that land. My concern that I have is that we always seem to find it convenient. Whenever things happen in the continental United States, a lot of times, oh, it don't apply to the territory. But somehow, whenever we have certain laws that apply to us, when we or others want it to benefit them, we need to change our law because it's done all over the US. And a lot of times when it's convenient, oh, y'all in the territory don't apply to you. So I'm very much concerned when I asked the specific question the last time I was here. When US companies came to this territory, did you do your research to verify the laws of this land when you came here to do work? And they said they knew what the law was. So if you are fully aware that that is how the Virgin Islands Code was written at the time, and you still went in and negotiated knowing that the law was contrary to what was being negotiated, you are also part of the culpability of what the end results of this contract is saying. That is my personal perception of this. Now, what you're asking the legislature to do is, we negotiated, whether housing did it in bad faith or whatever the case is, or you guys knew what the law was and still didn't sign off on it. A lot of contracts, and I have to go and review the contract myself, a lot of contracts are very explicit and said that if there's any part of this contract that is not consistent with the law, those sections of the contract is null and void.
1 minute.
Now, I don't have the contract with me here, and I would like to go back and read it to see if that was also part of the contract, because it should have been. Now, what would speak to that? So the only solution, in order to make this contract that is contrary to what the law says, because if something is not lawful, it is unlawful, it is illegal. So if the contract said one thing, the law said something else, and you're asking us to change the law to match up with what a contract says, I have a concern with that. Because where this should have been negotiated or have an issue, it should be in the third branch of government, which is called the judicial branch. Whenever we have problems with contracts, we go to the judicial branch, not come back to the legislature and tell the legislature, can you change the law to make the contract correct? And that is what you're tantamount asking me as a representative of the people to do. And I'm very much concerned about this. And I understand that my chairman is stating that I'm not processing. So this is my last question through the chair to legal counsel. Is legal counsel still there?
You can go ahead and ask a question, and I will have them respond as soon as they're back. Ask a question.
Thank you. Through the chair to legal counsel, I just need an explicit response in regards to this. Earlier, it was said that the gross receipts were already paid, and this amendment is going to do for things that are still pending and open contracts. What I need to get clarity on, based on what Ms. Clendenin had shared with us earlier, she specifically said that they have already signed off, taxes were already paid, and they have already closed out these aspects with FEMA. Would this amendment now consider these still open and pending for what was paid already? Or can they still go backwards? Because I was concerned about being retroactive. Can they still now go backwards and claim these funds based through housing by submitting them to FEMA again? I just need some clarity with the amendment so I could better understand what it's doing.
Legal counsel, you may proceed. Through the chair.
Through the chair to Senator Heiliger Francis. Senator, I stepped off of the floor for a moment, so I didn't catch the first part of your inquiry.
Okay.
So I don't want to respond without knowing the full scope of what you're asking.
Okay, we have an amendment. I understand what your opinion stated. I have no problem with it because I never subscribed originally to some of the statements before. So I am in full support of your opinion as to if we change the law right now, going forward, this is fine. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is with the amendment and me understanding a little bit more. It speaks to unclosed out and pending cases that are happening between FEMA, the government, et cetera. Those could potentially be reimbursed. Housing from Ms. Clendenin shared with us that they have already turned in their information. Taxes have already been paid. This section is already closed out. But because it's not fully shut down with these organizations and FEMA, I guess it would still be considered pending. Would this part now be able to go back retroactively and apply to get these monies if that part is completed? Or because the case is not completely shut down, would that still consider it pending for them to go back and review? Because she's saying certain parts of it is already done. Can those parts go back for review for retroactive payment?
So Senator, I'll respond to your inquiry in two ways. First of all, the first part of your inquiry, I believe it would seem from the language of the amendment, and I believe you're referring to Amendment 34-523, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
If the project has not yet been completed, which is what the amendment speaks to, the contractor would have the ability to be able to apply for or to be able to pursue the reimbursement of the gross receipts tax, the GRT as we refer to it, because that's what the amendment speaks to. However, with respect to a project that has not, that has been completed, the amendment really doesn't speak to that. So, and the legislation itself is not retroactive. So without any other information, I can't specifically state that they would be prohibited from being able to seek reimbursement of GRT. This specifically speaks to that projects that are ongoing, that have not yet been completed or otherwise closed out. So they're still pending. So with respect to the, I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say, with respect,
one last part.
With respect to the statement of the executive director and your inquiry, if it's already closed out, I think, quite frankly, Senator, that is more of an administrative determination more so than a legal determination, because this amendment speaks to ongoing projects that have not yet been completed and are still and have not yet been closed out.
Yeah, and I think that's where my confusion is coming in, Mr. Chair and legal counsel, because I don't know if there's a differentiation between closing out the whole project or closing out those sets of receipts and those projects that they had already paid for. And just with legal counsel, if the government of the Virgin Islands chooses not to request these reimbursements, where does that leave these two individuals, even if the law is changed? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Ms. Clendenin, Director.
Thank you so much. Senator, yes, if I could just respond to her, Senator Francis Heiliger, there is a difference when we say the project is completed and then there's a closeout phase. So these projects for ACOM and Upton, they are not closed out. Again, it's just so much administrative work entailed. We even have an appeal now before FEMA. But Ms. Shelford, the CFO, can also speak to this matter. Ms. Shelford?
Good afternoon. As IED Clinton said, we are not in full closeout yet with the projects. We have requested closeout though for PW 100, which is the construction related cost. So at this time, we're going to start the closeout with FEMA. We've engaged with them. They know we're ready to close out. They are ready for us to close out the construction cost side. One of the things that we can't guarantee based on period of performance, if FEMA would actually review any additional invoices on the STEP program. As we say, we're also getting ready to go through arbitration with them for PW 273, which was the other soft cost, per diem, housing, different things like that. So if the companies want to submit the bills to FEMA, that would be on them, but we can't guarantee that there'll be more funds obligated.
Thank you. The big issue is we have never even asked the question. This bill has been around from April, and we never even asked the question of FEMA as to the possibility, what direction should we move in. We just kept silent and just came and just said, no. But we never even asked the question. And this legislature, we have passed uniform laws left and right to bring the Virgin Islands in compliance. Lieutenant Governor Office, a whole slew of bills. We have passed uniform law. We don't say, well, it's up there, we ain't doing it here. If there's something that we need to make right, we make it right. And that is the function of this body. This body ain't just to be a rubber stamp and be here and because the administration said, no, you're not going to consider it and you're not going to check other jurisdiction to see how it's done. They say in the first or last disaster that we're going to have, natural disaster, and we got to make sure that the Virgin Islands is poised to move forward. Senator Sarah, if you're still on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Just listening to the conversation, and you ended on one of my questions. Director Clendenin, technically via HFA before becoming the interim CEO, you are the disaster czar within your division. Why haven't you had a discussion with FEMA?
We really work with FEMA through the Office of Disaster Recovery. And
Okay,
again,
but here what I'm asking, what precludes you from picking up the phone and saying, FEMA, we have a few questions. We have pending legislation coming down before us since May, well, April, and we would like to know if what's FEMA's feelings on the aforementioned. What precluded you guys from doing that?
I guess outside the fact that we know FEMA already established what was ordinary, necessary, and reasonable, and the fact that they look at the existing law at the time may have influenced my decision not to ask.
Okay, that's interesting because as we progress with disaster recoveries, legislations and rules always change. The Stafford Act was amended right after to deal with disasters. So I don't understand. I don't know because I'm very confused on the government's position on this hardline no. I don't know if you've been given a directive from the top, from the AG, but I find it strange that there has been just no conversation with the main agency, FEMA, to whom we're seeking the reimbursement from. That concerns me. Now, Mr. Lee, what harm does this legislation pose to the GVI?
Well, in my role as, I guess my understanding is that me personally, there's already an agreement that's been placed. Numbers have already been discussed. So to now go back seems a little bit of bad faith, and that's my personal opinion.
Okay, so you're talking about bad faith, but you are the main revenue collector for the government.
Correct.
How does this negatively impact the coffers of the Virgin Islands government?
Oh, well, I think we've already established, no matter what monies come in, IRB still gets its 5%. So
Okay, so it doesn't. So the answer is that it doesn't, right?
Correct.
Okay. Director Clendenin? What irreparable harm does this legislation do for you?
I think, again, just looking at future contracts that we're making a law specifically to federally funded projects could be frowned upon with other agencies that may not necessarily be FEMA.
So we're saying could be, and we're speaking subjectively, but we haven't had that discussion with FEMA. Attorney Dudley, what irreparable harm does this do to the GVI's coffers?
This bill, in my opinion, and that of many others, including your own legal counsel, and Mr. Lee, does not damage. Rather, it improves the coffers of the Virgin Islands government because everybody who receives federal funds in payment for a contract pays GRT. And if GRT, the only reason I should state that this has become an issue in this particular federal contract and could be an issue in future ones is because while the contract has a line item for GRT, a specific line item, it doesn't say just taxes, it says GRT. And then there's another line item that talks about taxes. But the interesting thing is that VIHFA, Housing Finance, will not send an invoice or a request supported by something, either an invoice or otherwise, to FEMA. It simply won't do it because for its own reasons. The request, the contract provision, and the request for reimbursement have been pending for a long time, months. And it is only because the AG said that it couldn't be invoiced because the law says it can't be invoiced, even though it's itemized in the contract, that we are here today. Because anytime that a contract from the federal government itemizes pass-through costs, those costs are reimbursed. In this case, those costs include GRT. It's a tax, like every place else. And so this has no negative impact on the coffers of the VI at all. Indeed, as has been said, it adds the GRT on the GRT received.
Thank you, Council. Senator Sarah, you may wrap up.
Thank you. So, Ms. Clinton, just one quick question and a comment. Did FEMA directly tell you that they will not reimburse the funds?
No.
No. Okay. Because I just, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I just find it interesting that we have this hardline no approach, but the most that FEMA could tell us after this legislation is passed is no. That's it. That's all they can tell us. But none of the testifiers from the government and from the proponents of the bill are saying that it will negatively impact the coffers of the Virgin Islands government. We politicize this issue to no extent, to the highest extent actually, when we're talking dollars and cents that could benefit the government of the Virgin Islands if that reimbursement is given and we take our 5% off of it. So I will vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Sorrow. Did FEMA ever generate a funding worksheet that included a line item for GRT?
Not to my knowledge.
February 2018?
Not to my knowledge. Ms. Shelford?
February 2018. Did FEMA generate a funding worksheet that included a line item for GRT at 5%?
I can't recall seeing that, but I know that they had determined that they come and obtain contracts were properly procured.
Okay, 1 minute. We're getting feedback. Make sure everybody else mute the device. Okay, go ahead now. You said not to your knowledge, but...
No, but they did determine that they come and obtain contracts were properly procured. They had adequate price competition and that therefore the contracts costs are reasonable. Now, like I said, I don't know based on the period of performance, closing out PW 100, if FEMA would accept the invoices. And that's one of the other things we'd have to also reach out and see if they would accept any more invoices at this point, because after the period of performance, one of the things they talked about was not accepting any of the invoices.
That is for FEMA to worry about, that for us to worry about. Why are we worrying about that? As to what they're going to determine? Let them determine what they're going to determine. I don't understand why we're worried about that. Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority sent a letter to FEMA June 2019 listing contractually approved items, including taxes. Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
I need to do some homework on some research instead of just coming here and saying, no, you haven't done your homework, you haven't called FEMA, you haven't looked back and see the process. I'm going to receive the worksheet just now where FEMA sent where you could actually line item the gross receipt. The government refused to do it. The government literally refused, and we're not saying you're charging them anything additional. We're saying that you put it as a line item. You paid it. So you put it as a line item. It's just as simple as that. Senator Alma Francis Heilaga, you're recognized. Although you had about 10 minutes before, maybe I need to cut your time to 2, because you had extensive time. But so go ahead. You're recognized.
Okay. Thank you. My point of inquiry to the chair, is there a way that we could take a quick break so that Ms. Clendenin could ask Ms. Octolin this very important question, because it weighs heavy on me as to whether this 5% would be reduced out of our FEMA allotment, or would it be additional monies given to us by FEMA? I think that's a question we keep skirting over, and it's kind of important. And I would really like to know what the response would be. Is that something that can be done through a phone call since she's not here?
I am sure that Ms. Octalina is listening right now, and that she can and that she can send a text. I'm sure she's listening. She can even send it directly to you. So I'm sure she's listening. We're dealing with different parts of money, correct? Clenina, Director?
Yes.
So the FEMA part covers what?
FEMA part covers the,
Step?
what is it, 90%, that's step there. And then, of course, there's the match from HUD. So if there's additional, it has to come out from that match funding as well. But we don't get more money for match.
And the HUD funds are separate?
Yes.
And this is not coming out of the HUD bucket?
It will, because we have to match anything FEMA pays.
You have to match 10%?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Senator Heilegang, go ahead, and hopefully we'll get text.
Okay, thank you. Was my time up?
No, it wasn't. I just kind of interrupted because you asked a good question. So go ahead.
Habit of doing that, and I don't like it.
All right. I apologize. So you go ahead now.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to find out quickly, there was a conversation about 10% for, I remember the last time we talked about fluff, administrative and maintenance. And one of the distinct things that I recall, one of the companies had gotten the 10% and the other one didn't. Was that a situation where how they negotiated and one negotiated a better deal versus the other? Or at the end of the day, inclusive of that 10%, were there two contracts comparable and acceptable to FEMA? Because the question that would make me think is that if FEMA was willing to accept a contract that had an additional 10% increase versus the other one and they were doing basically the same thing, you know, that would make me pause to understand a little bit more as to maybe why they might even consider this additional 5%. Is there a reason why one got the 10% and the other one did not get that as additional on their contract?
Senator, I believe that just the way it was negotiated. Ms. Shelford, if you can add to that. I know you were present at the time. I believe it's just the way the contract was negotiated. Ms. Shelford, anything else to add?
Is anybody there? Okay, are you guys holding my time?
I'm sorry. Based on what I can recall, the 10% was not allowed under the permanent roofing. So they did the 10% on the phase one, but not on phase two. I would have to do a little more research to be, but it was, phase two was the permanent roofs that we did, and phase one was most of the emergency measures.
Okay. So basically, and this is just to wrap up, I think I look at things a lot of times holistically. I am fully understanding the part that if this happens, we might get more money and we might get additional monies off the top. But I guess for me, I am looking at it from layman's terms. We are in a situation where a contract was negotiated between the government of the Virgin Islands and two entities. Somehow in the process, some aspects of this contract was not kosher. And I am still looking at it from the perspective, when you have the average man that has a contract that certain elements of it is not done correctly or in bad faith, they have to find money to go to court and haggle it out. They don't get to come to the legislature and say, hey, change the law so that we could make this contract correct. And that is what's bothering me, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Because for me, we're opening doors and precedents that I don't think we need to be opening. If we want to change the law, I don't have a problem with us doing it, so henceforth, that things could be itemized. But
Thank
when we
you,
get to the
Senator.
point to retroactively change things, I have a problem with that. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. We're not passing any retroactive legislation. The key word is pending. It doesn't say retroactive. It doesn't say contracts that are closed out. It says pending. Senator Whitaker, you're here. Let me proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifiers. I've certainly sat here and listened, and of course, as a proponent of this bill, before even joining Senator Blyden, I did my due diligence, which was in fact engaging the stakeholders in this matter. And I would also submit, as I joined with my colleagues, it really was necessary. I think we should have also had from the government side, the IRB, from Regional Housing Finance Authority, the legal opinion also from even your respective agencies in preparation for today, and certainly directly from FEMA, which I echo with my colleagues that FEMA could have been, because I've engaged the FEMA director on a myriad of issues. They're very, communicative in that regard. I want to turn to Attorney Dudley. Thank you for your testimony. I want to find out if you can put on the record or just provide just even some information on the number of subcontractors impacted by the current, law as it is relating to itemization. Can you lay that out, even provide, of course, today we have contractors here also testifying. Can you provide that information?
I can't provide complete information, Senator Whitaker. I can only say I know that there are, for sure, 7 subcontractors who will be affected. There are subcontractors, and I can't enumerate who those are, who will receive a benefit. I can't articulate because I don't know the amounts they receive, the status of their payment of GRT, and so forth. But for sure, the first tier subcontractors are all impacted by this bill. They are all due reimbursement.
Thank you, Attorney Dudley. And also, in terms of your engagement with your office and your engagement with the government, with the contract, and with Housing Finance Authority, have you guys had any additional meetings from the time, back as we've been mulling through and pushing this legislation forward? Have you had any follow-up meetings with them in preparation even for today's hearing? Have you tried again to reach out to them, even in contemplation of this legislation?
We have reached out to the Office of Housing Finance and to Director Williams-Octolin at ODR, Office of Disaster Recovery. However, we have not had any meetings other than one, which was about another topic, at which we said we really need to talk about GRT and getting those invoices submitted so that we can get those funds back.
1 minute.
But we have not had any discussions about that.
And thank you very much, Attorney Dudley. To Director Clendenin, of course, as you indicated that you have not communicated with FEMA, but can you just provide, again, just put on the record, the FEMA guideline that lays out the fact that in fact the invoices cannot be, DRT cannot be separated, and do you have any policies, anything you've received directly from FEMA to support your position?
So again, what we've received from FEMA is that after that extensive multi-year exercise that is still somewhat ongoing, is that they've already determined what was reasonable, necessary, and ordinary cost. We are as Michelle Ford stated, in the process of closeout. We haven't done that yet. And again, we know that FEMA looks at the law that was existing at the time of the storms.
Time. And to close out for me, Chairman, So just back to you, Director Clendon, and of course, in another capacity, you know that you submit amendments to agreements, and so if you can put on the record the fact that, you know, and answer that in the sense that FEMA would accept. So once this as this measure passes, what steps would you then next take to move this forward and on behalf of these contractors? Once this measure is passed, how would your office facilitate the execution?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'd have to go back to my team and we'd figure it out. Not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. I'm looking at step PW version 0, where there were 7 different sections: direct work, staff lodging, insurance, construction management, taxes and surcharges, project management, and call center. So the project worksheet was itemized. Just wanted to put that on the record. Senator Blyden, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry. Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Yeah, I wanted to really drill down briefly on that. And that was my point of inquiry, that the initial, Attorney Dudley, the initial document from FEMA did itemize GRT and other things, right?
Correct.
And it was the government of the Virgin Islands that opted not to use that document? What happened
No,
there?
what I said was that the contractors have attempted to submit invoices for payment for all of the itemized, but we were told that they would not accept invoices for GRT.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, who are they? Who told you that?
Oh, I'm sorry, VIHFA. That was Ms. Clendenin's predecessor, and since then, Director Williams-Octolin.
Okay, and that's something that we need to highlight, colleagues, that the initial document did itemize the various expenses, and it was our decision, I think, not to proceed in that fashion. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, and good afternoon. Testifiers, and I usually don't do this, but I'm going to take a minute and a half or so to vet, because honestly, I'm grateful to see Director Clendenin here today. She's chosen to be here with us today and appear. Since October the 4th, my staff and I have made over 20 attempts between emails, phone calls, and even physically going to the VIHFA office to contact Director Clendenin and bring her before the Committee of Housing. We even try to organize informal meetings or have a meaningful discussion with her regarding critically important issues, as we all know housing is a crisis right now. And all those attempts have failed. They have been in vain. I want to ask a question in terms of where are we in processing payments under the EVA program? Where are we in terms of carrying out repairs under the evasion program? What is the status of VHA's payment to its vendors, which I'm overwhelmed with calls, and whom it relies on to actually carry out these programs, because right now no one is. Why had there been a wholesale exodus of skilled, experienced employees from the agency? Right now there's no one at the helm. I am focused, Senator. I'm truly focused right about now. And these are some of the burning questions that I had for the director. But I'm happy to see her. I must say, right, honestly, as you appear in front of this committee today to testify against a chance which is not only required by federal rules and regulation, but which is practiced in every other jurisdiction in the United States, including those who have a gross receipt tax structure like ours. But somehow, it seemed to be inappropriate and unworkable for us in the territory. Unbelievable. What I hear today, in this instance, when it comes to this bill, I'm hearing a lot of maybe, if, can, we should, we shouldn't. It appears, it seems. We had a legal opinion from our legal counsel, and all of you guys have attorneys, and you had more than enough time to do an inquiry when it comes to this most important piece of legislation. I must say we must do better, we deserve better, and I look forward, I really, really honestly look forward to the 35th and how we're going to move forward with honestly addressing the needs of our people in all aspects of our society. That is my soapbox for today. I usually don't do that, but I had to because it bothers me. It really does. You know, when we have a lot of issues that we really need to get serious and move forward in addressing the needs of our people. But with that being said, let me ask a couple quick questions. In respect to the bill at hand, much have been said, but in respect to FEMA and the reimbursable funds, rules and reg already define state taxes as an allowable cost. So of course, we know FEMA would allow it. Whether they do it or not, as my colleague said, it's irrelevant. The point is it's our job to do what's right on behalf of our people. And this bill is seeking to do what's right on behalf of our people. That's all we're trying to do. You know, we talk about FEMA, this and that might. Who cares? That's not our issue. That's not my fight. My fight is to do the right thing by my people. That's why they put me here once again for a 5th term.
Time.
And that is what I seek to do each and every time, not special interests. They are my special interest, the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I look forward to all of your support in this most important bit of legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Stronger than ever. Let's hear a motion. Motion. We don't even need closing statements. Let's hear a motion on this here. Let's go. We've been holding this too long. Let's hear a motion. Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 34-523 to bill number 34-0197. Bill number 34-0197 is amended by striking all of the language in section 2 and inserting a new language that reads as follows. Section 1 applies to federally funded projects that are ongoing or that have not yet been completed or otherwise closed out on or before the effective date of this act. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Hearing no objections, order. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion. I move bill number 34-0197 as amended. An act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43, Subsection E, relating to the submittal of bills or invoices that separately states gross receipt tax to account for the receipt and distribution of federal assistance to the government of the Virgin Islands and related payments to its contractors be voted on favorably in this committee as amended and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0197, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 43, Subsection C, relating to the submittal of bills or invoices that separately state gross receipt taxes to account for the receipt and distribution of federal assistance to the government of the Virgin Islands and related payments to its contractors as amended has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess and move on to the next bill. Thank you to all the testifiers. Change in this particular measure will allow for Housing Finance Authority to join in because it would then be law and it will be legal, so you won't have that argument anymore, so we can move forward. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, we have bill number that will be said by the Madam Clerk. Read it into the record.
Bill number 34-0298, an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VITEMA, and the Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrative Health Care Program, proposed by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers, Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. Jacqueline Greenidge Payne, Director, State EMS Regulatory Office, Department of Health.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to allow the sponsor of this bill to put it on the record. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you are identified.
Thank you,
You
Chair.
recognize.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon again to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifiers. I just wanted to first state that I really want to thank the Department of Health, Commissioner Encarnacion, team, and also definitely thank Mrs. Jacqueline Greenidge Payne for, as we reached this milestone, and I'm happy to offer this measure. Bill, again, number 34-0298, and an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VITEMA, and Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program. And I want to say something that as we go through the bill process, we go through also amendments. And I want to say that while the title remains, the goal as we conclude today and move the bill forward is for the monies to go directly under the Department of Health. When you have an emergency, there's urge to do whatever it takes to see people get assistance by mails, Melez, Zinawe. Because we are on an island, we must build a bridge to connect our public safety and the healthcare system that works and gets the best possible results. In recent years, as we know, through the storms, our community was impacted, and mobile healthcare was really critical at that time, as it still is. And throughout the country, mobile integrated health has continued to, and it's been growing. It is an innovative approach to how the EMS, Emergency Management System, works as part of our overall healthcare system. The mobile integrated healthcare program will prevent or reduce the need for intervention from the 911 system and hospitals for patients known and diagnosed and have ailments. It will provide personalized and flexible care for patients in and out of the hospital in a home setting. It would also provide an option for patients with increased mobility to receive care for chronic illnesses, wounds, and other ailments in a manner that does not necessarily increase the risk of falls and other injuries. So ask yourself, as we were impacted by two powerful hurricanes, what has it taught us? Why don't we have this fully implemented? Why wouldn't you want to have a system where persons can receive care at home? And also, too, this is about supporting the very paramedics and support staff who are going out into the field, and many times, as before, having to dig into their own pockets for this kinds of care that is still it's occurring now, but not at the level it should. And I also want to also include the fact that ever since I came into office, and even before then, really working to restore, particularly in our elderly communities. For example, Wim Garden, Wilfred Pedro Homes, which I adopted, was the fact that at one point, Department of Health, Department of Human Services coordinated years ago these site visits and checking on our seniors, and not just that facility, but others through the territory. I'm also offering amendment number 34562 to clarify the manner of the funding, and another will also further clarify it because of the merger, this legislation is also impacted. I would like to again thank Commissioner Encarnacion for the Department of Health, as well as Mrs. Jacqueline Greenwich Payne, LPN and PR, who's now the Director of the State EMS Regulatory Office. And to conclude, I encourage my colleagues to approach this information with an open mind and support this effort in improving our EMS system here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Now we're going to go to our testifiers. I'll allow you to put your name and title on the record. Starting with Ms. Greenwich. No. I know you talk louder than that.
All right.
Thank
so,
you.
Jacqueline Greenwich Payne, Director of State Office of EMS Regulatory.
Okay, that's a new position.
Yes, sir.
Assistant Commissioner?
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, representing the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner.
The Young Counsel?
Yes, Senator. Makeesh Taylor-Jones and Legal Counsel for the Department of Health.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we begin the testimony, is your position acting or are you in that position?
I'm acting right now.
Okay, I'll ask the Assistant Commissioner some questions about that after, as we go along with this testimony, but I'll begin with allowing, who's going to provide testimony? Assistant Commissioner, you recognize.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Vaile, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the Finance Committee, all members of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands present, the viewing and listening audience. I am Ruben D. Malloy, the Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health, representing the Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Joining me representing the Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion is the entire Department of Health are Jacqueline Greenwich Payne, Acting Director of the State Office of Emergency Medical Services, and Makeesh Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel for the department. We are here today to provide testimony on BN 34-0298, an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VITEMA, and the Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrated Health Care Program. Mobile Integrated Health Care, MIH, strives to balance an unstable healthcare system. The programs have grown nationally to fill a gap in the care of communities in need. The program meets the patients where they are, instead of placing the burden of transportation on the patients. Our healthcare system is fractured, and a significant portion of our elderly and chronically ill patients are without healthcare insurance coverage. MIH is healthcare, and providing quality and efficient healthcare is what we aim to achieve. It seeks to prevent or reduce the need for intervention from the 911 system and the hospitals for patients with known diagnoses and ailments. Annually, super utilizers account for a sizable portion of ambulance runs and emergency room visits. MIH visits and care significantly decrease those visits. It provides personalized and flexible care for patients in an in-home setting. It provides an option for patients with decreased mobility to receive care for chronic illnesses, wounds, and other ailments in a manner that does not needlessly increase their risk of falls. The Virgin Islands Department of Health began its pilot version of the Mobile Integrated Health Care Community Paramedicine following the passage of Hurricane Maria on the island of St. Croix in 2017. Since its inception, the program has seen over 1,800 chronically ill patients. Currently, we have 59 patients enrolled that would be unable to seek traditional walk-in healthcare services. That can lead to medication noncompliance, recurring emergency system usage, occupation of emergency department beds, and other negative effects on patients and the wider healthcare system. The objective of this program include reduce the return of acute status patients to the emergency department, reduce emergency department overload, reduce the utilization of the 911 system, increase the pathophysiology focused patient education, increase in preventative medicine in an in-home setting for disabled or at-risk patients, increase available clinicians and hospital beds, increase staff productivity for all healthcare components, helping to identify people who do not have primary physicians and associating them with a new healthcare home. As a public health authority, the Department of Health seeks to maintain the service to serve the chronically ill and elderly population of our community who have not and cannot enter the public nursing facility due to a lack of available beds. It becomes our responsibility to care for those patients, for those individuals. The national model requires a paramedic and a nurse to perform these tasks. The task is seen from two different perspectives. One, pre-hospital emergency, and two, a clinical perspective in treatment and education. So many chronically ill patients do not understand their disease process, and the time spent in the doctor's office does not fully educate them on medications or diet. Furthermore, our elderly population has many individuals that do not know how to read and are visually impaired. As a result, the medication printout given by the pharmacy is of no use because they cannot read it. Cultural norms of medication sharing and visiting the neighbor's doctor because they seem friendlier and being prescribed the same medication more than once for the same ailment at times causes severe and adverse effects. Thus, medication reconciliation is done for those patients, and they are connected with one pharmacy for all their prescriptions to avoid those occurrences. MIHCP would question, is it not the same as home health care? MIHCP would question, is it not the same as home health care? We would say it differs greatly. MIHCP helps navigate through the healthcare system by accessing those resources that are available. Some patients do not qualify for home health because they do not have benefits available, are not homebound, or have exhausted the benefit period. It sometimes takes a day or two between home health referral and the first visit. Patients sometimes call 911 without the knowledge of the home health agency. Patients who do not have healthcare insurance still need assistance and guidance through the healthcare system. Home health care seeks to manage care for illness, injury, or conditions. For Medicare patients to qualify, they must be homebound. We have two teams staffed by Pafford Medical Specialty wound care nurses, registered nurses, and paramedics. Referrals are received from the Juan F. Louis Hospital, Human Services, Frederickstead Health Center, Department of Health Primary Care, along with the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services. The program helps to mitigate health disparities in the community. The program serves populations who would not have otherwise received care for those acute conditions. Many of the patients we encounter live below the poverty level and have no family support or interactions. Our weekly visit sometimes becomes their only human contact for the week. Mental health is also a particularly important healing factor for those who suffer from chronic illnesses, and the department's involvement in their care makes an enormous difference in these patients' lives. We are here today because this program, with its far-reaching impact on our community and our elders, have been unfunded for the past 5 years. The impact its discontinuation would cause due to the lack of funding or Pafford Medical contract ending would be a devastation to the patients we serve. We seek funding to employ staff and maintain the care of patients we serve. It is our hope that this program would be extended to St. Thomas St. John District, but without funding, we are unable to hire staff and procure supplies. I would also like to add, this program is revenue generating. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the program assisted with homebound vaccines and vaccine booster shots, connecting those patients without a primary care physician with one. The Virgin Islands Department of Health Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program stands ready and proud to serve the people of the community of this territory. In conclusion, Senator VLA, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. The department commits to building our collaboration with members of the 31st Legislature. We thank you for the opportunity to testify here today and stand ready to respond to any questions you may have. Senator, I would like to add, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish our dear Assistant Commissioner Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, a happy birthday. A happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Nicole.
birthday.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to go to a brief round of questioning, since the graph is still there. But before we do that, Ms. Greenwich, I'll give you 1 minute to explain what the program is.
Good afternoon. With protocol already established, Mobile Integrated Healthcare Community Paramedicine. It's a way to make sure that the ambulance service can service individuals who have a true emergency. Because many times we have frequent calls to the same address over and over. They're going into the emergency room over and over. Something is wrong. And so the staff, when they come in contact with a patient that they've picked up more than twice per week, they are referred to the MIH program. It's a wrapped around program. We cover the whole aspect of the patients. Many of them have not seen doctors for many years. And so what we do is we connect them with a doctor. And we start with our department, the Department of Health Primary Care, as their primary home, where we connect them with the doctors. We also make sure that we do medication reconciliation for them, because many of them might go to a doctor and they have 3 medications. And the 3 medication is the same exact medication, just given a generic name or a trade name. And so what we do is we make sure that when we do our intake, it's a full workup on that patient. We make sure that we can get their medication at the same pharmacy. And now that we have neighborhood pharmacy, we no longer have to go out and pick up their prescription and take it to them. We have all of their prescription through that one pharmacy. It's delivered to them, and then we can go and parcel them out so that they know what medication to take daily. Another good thing about this program is we've been saving a lot of lives in terms of taking care of the cubitus ulcers. Many of you might know it as bed sores. And so we also do that for the patients. We also connect them with Plaza West Market, where we can call in what their grocery list. And all we got to do is pick it up and deliver it for them. If they need to renew their SNAPs or any legal documents that they might have, we take that time to read it for them, to fill out their applications for them, to take them there. Another thing in the near future that we would like is a vehicle for MIH, because when we were connected with EMS, our bedridden patients, we could take them to their specialty, if it's a GI or to their doctor, we would do that. But now what we've been doing with the program is we've been making our appointments with Stretcher Plus to get the patients to those areas. One of the good things is when the patients have doctor's appointment, the team goes with them to the doctor's appointment so that we can hear the directive from the doctor, ask questions, understand about their diet, understand about their medication. And we not only go into the home just to provide those things for them, we sit and have conversations with them because we might be the only person that they might see for that week. When we do an intake, the amount of days that a patient is seen depends on the patient's need. And so those are some of the big things that we do. When it comes to wound care, we take care of that also. We've been getting referrals also from the hospital. And these referral is like our assistant commissioner stated in the testimony, we reduce hospital beds because if these patients have Medicaid and Medicare reimbursement, if they were just released from the hospital, they're not going to want to reimburse the hospital for that. So we're able to take care of them in home. So some of the critical patients, when they're discharged, the discharge planner would turn those patients over to MIH, or if they have patients that requires wound care, the discharge planner would send those patients to us. We also have human services. They make referral to us too for elderly patients that lives home alone or elderly patients who might be a ward of the state so that we can go out and take care of them. One of the areas that we're so proud of to be able to help in the community is Wim Gardens. And Monday, the team whole day is at Wim Gardens. We have at least, I think, 17 or 18 patients there at Wim Gardens. We go as far as taking care of their homes. When we go to do intake, we make inspections to make sure that the home is safe. If they don't have rails in their bathrooms, we get rails put in their bathroom. If they don't have a wheelchair ramp, we've had Home Depot donated stuff to assist us to getting a ramp for them to get into their house. We've even gone as far as they having plumbing issues to get plumbing to them. We've gotten them durable equipment, hospital beds with the air mattresses, wheelchairs, walkers, whatever they need, we go that extra mile for that patient. We do have a list of individuals that wants to join the program. And again, we need more staff. And I will close with this piece and stand for questions. But one of the great things about the program is as soon as we get a referral, we make sure that the following day that we go and visit this patient because we don't know what their immediate need might be. So I stand here waiting for questions. Over.
Thank you so much. So this program is only taking place on St. Croix right now?
Yes, sir.
And it really came into being as a result of the hurricane and you guys going around and then realizing that there was a need for additional care?
Well, actually, before the hurricane, Commissioner Davis was talking about how can we generate revenue into the department. And that was one of the things that EMS wanted to start. But then the two hurricanes came, and then Red Cross asked Commissioner Davis that they were going out in the field with cleaning buckets, and they don't know what type of emergencies that they would have run into. So they asked us to put a team together, and we went door to door with them.
So what happened in St. Thomas that this was not done?
Well, I don't know why it wasn't done in St. Thomas, but
No, let me don't ask you that question. Commissioner, do you have any knowledge as to why this was not done in St. Thomas?
This occurred organically as Jackie indicated.
Okay, so
sorry.
that leads to the next question. Is this now a unit? Is this a unit within Department of Health? Because we fund them. So is this a unit? Do we have somebody selected on St. Thomas that is going to lead this charge? Is this a unit within Department of Health?
it is a unit.
Wait, hold up, not you. The Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, the plan is to expand it, as we said in testimony, to St. Thomas. Jackie will tell you the number of staff that she has on St. Thomas.
So do we have staff in St. Thomas for this program?
Right now, there is 3 individuals, and
Three individuals that are interested in starting the program?
No, that they work throughout it's going to be working in the state office, and part of their role is to help to put in the program together. Dr. Hunt Caesar wanted from last year to start the program in the St. Thomas district.
Okay, so which state office?
The state office of EMS.
Which doesn't exist? By which legislation it exists?
Well, that's the legislation that's being prepared to come forward.
Correct.
So when Senator Francis took over that merger bill, and he did a lot of work to get it passed, there was an understanding that there was a component legislation that was supposed to come down to accompany that legislation. So the legislation that was passed, there are areas that are not defined because the component legislation never came down to include this regulatory office. So when is that legislation coming down?
Well,
Go ahead, Attorney Taylor.
Yes, Senator. So I don't have a specific date, but the regulation has already been worked on and sent to Attorney Bourne and Attorney James to continue to further the process.
How long now?
For a month or 2 now.
Okay, we have asked before the newly elected Senator James, Maurice James, came on board. She came here and she testified, and we spoke about the need to have the next piece of legislation come down, and the sponsor who really cleaned up the bill and got it passed asked that the legislation be sent to this body. And it's just amazing that we create one entity and we can't get the component legislation that's going to really flesh out certain components of what has already passed. So I got to read, I guess the sponsor who worked on the bill, he'll be able to speak more to it, but I don't think that office has been defined in the legislation that was passed. It wasn't defined. So we create a position and we don't have the legislation. So if you do the merger, you got to bring the legislation for the regulation piece, because right now we have no regulatory entity.
So it's a process.
No, in a process. Get a thing done. It's been months. The EMS bill has been here for donkey years. It has been trying to get passed for like 4 years. So we spoke about it. We spoke about the fact that we're passing a bill that is not defined in certain areas by the companion legislation, and the plea was pass it. We're going to bring the next one now. We're going to bring it. We're going to be able to clarify, and there's no clarification of certain portions of that bill. We're dealing with health care. So we got to make sure that companion legislation passes, and Attorney Bond sitting on it. He had it a long time. He had it longer than 2 months. Maybe 2 months since that you know of, but he had it way longer than 2 months that he has know that he has to get this legislation passed. And this is an excellent idea. But it's an idea where we really don't have a unit. You guys are doing the job. Yes, but we don't have an actual unit because we don't have an actual office for it to fall under. So, I mean, the sponsor could try to make sure that we establish this as a unit so we can move forward, because we want to make sure that we fund it not this year, but every single year, because this type of service is what is needed. And I'll move on. Not you yet. You're last. You're last. You're the bill sponsor. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Incidentally, before I begin, I was just able to get a call through to Director Octolin for Bill 34-197, and it was contrary to what it was told by Director Lee in regards to the process. So definitely, based on what I can't support a bill going forward. So I just want to make that clear. But I did vote yes based on what was put out. Now, in Bill 34-0298, I support the concept of it wholeheartedly, but when I saw how it's being done, it leaves room for you're hiring people of $250,000 out of the $300,000, $50,000 for supplies, and then remains available until expended. What happens to those individuals after? And will these individuals who are being hired, are they being hired unionized employees in a position, or are they going to be exempt employees and different things? Because of what you are stating, Ms. Greenidge, is an excellent program. I support that 100%. You know, very, very, very powerful. It could be a great impact in the territory. But based on how the bill is put, we put $300,000, $250,000 toward hiring people. Then what happened to them after this portion of it? And then, you know, so it's almost like the cart before the horse. So could you speak to the type of positions you would need out of what you're claiming to be for $250,000, and would they be unionized employees?
Okay. So actually what's happening is this would be a startup because we missed the budget period where we could have had that, but they're going to be unionized employees. The program needs a nurse practitioner, and the nurse practitioner is going to be part-time along with a paramedic. And those are the 3 individuals that's going to lead the program, and as more funding comes in, then we would increase the staff. But this was a way for us to protect the current 59 patients that we currently have in case Pafford have to leave, and then we don't have anyone to go out in the community to continue to care for these patients.
Okay, so that $250,000 for the nurse, the paramedic, does that cover the salary and fringe and everything that would be needed to bring them on as full employees, or is it more funding needed for just those 3 particular positions?
Sir, there will be more funding, but like we said, we was just trying to fill the gap, and most of the individuals who say that they would help would be helping on a part-time basis until we could actually legitimize the program and get funding, appropriate funding for the program.
But again, as a unionized person, again, you know, it opens a Pandora's box. So I just wanted to make sure we're able to cover 3 individuals with fringe until the portion of it to create the entity, that it doesn't affect the process of what it is you want to put out into the community. And it sounds like it may be a conflict. And then who suffers, then the community loses. So based on how it is written now, it will totally support what is being put forward, also going forward without any issues?
Well, what is proposed is going to be able to help us, and then the department will be moving forward to the legislature so that we can get funding in the Department of Health budget so that this
Time.
program can be continued.
If I may.
Okay, I again, I stand in, yes, if you may, because I stand in support, but it seems like it causes a logistical issue, especially with the unions and stuff. If you may close out on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Assistant Commissioner Malloy, you wanted to say something?
The positions that are currently there are funded. Positions that are there are funded.
This, okay, but the positions that are there now, are they funded under that particular unit, or these are just EMS positions and we're utilizing those EMS to supplement this program?
What we're doing is we're using some of the EMS personnel that stayed back because of their ADA ability and can't be in the ambulance, and they're the ones that's also assisting with the PAFOD with the program in the field.
And those EMS that you are utilizing, have they been transferred to fire via EMS?
No, those individuals, because like I said, their ADA problems, they've stayed back with the Department of Health.
ADA meaning they no longer could perform the duties as a full-time EMS EMT?
Yes.
Okay, so how many individuals is this?
How many individuals? In all, I have 5.
St. Croix, St. Thomas?
3 in St. Thomas and 2 in St. Croix.
And how many do you need to make this program work?
Well, it would be 3 EMTs in each district, and then we would have the nurse and the nurse practitioner. So right now, the specialty part, as the nurse practitioners, the RNs, those are being loaned to us and assisting us through PAFOD.
The nurse practitioner and the nurse?
And 1 paramedic. Those are from PAFOD.
Okay.
But the other staff are local staff and unionized staff.
Okay. Senator DeGraff, you wanted to ask something else. Go ahead.
Just in closing, Mr. Chair, then based on where they say if they are already positions, then it can be done this way with this bill. It causes a problem. That's what I'm saying. So if we could avoid the problem because of the great work they're doing and would carry on, I think, putting this bill in poses a problem in already positions that exist. You add in another $300,000, $250 toward positions that exist. It's like you're giving them monies and they're unionized. It causes that problem. That's if we could straighten this out from now, let's fix that so we could avoid that issue. But that's why you see the problem coming right now. Thank you.
Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Ms. Greenidge, Director Greenidge, in respect to these employees that appears to be in a state of flux, now that the transfer have occurred, where do they sit? Are they with Department of Health because they weren't transferred, and they're in jeopardy of continuing employment as a result of this state of flux that they're in?
They're not in jeopardy. They work with, like I said, the MIH program, and some of them are going to be put in what we call compliance officer positions when the legislation come down in terms of the EMS office. Because under the EMS office, one of the things that we do under regulatory would be licensure of individuals, licensure of services, and licensure of vehicles. So they would be going out with the knowledge of the ambulances, how to inspect them, what supply and equipment should be on them, so that they can get a service license.
So that's understood, but that's all moving forward. That's future movement where we're referring to. What is the current position? Because all positions have a PRF, where they actually then have to indicate exactly where they reside. At this point, if they're still with Department of Health and they're in some type of position, what are they under? You're saying MCH or
MIH.
Which is not an official. It's not an official program right now. Again, it's a pilot program. So hence the reason why it's important that we send down those legislations so that we could develop the regulatory aspect of it, so that we can make sure that those individuals receive proper placement and employment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll probe some additional at my opportunity.
If I may add.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Assistant Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm not following the conversation about the division not being official. Department of Health can establish a division. There's not.
So
a law
have you
to
established a division?
Sorry?
Have you established this division?
Yes, by virtue, and that's why.
By what?
By policy. We have an organizational chart that we established. Is there a law to establish MCH? Is there a law to establish?
It falls under who?
It falls under a regulatory division.
So it's a regulatory division established by statute?
Doesn't need a statute to establish a regulatory division within the Department of Health.
Yes, it does.
We have a Department of Health. We have a deputy commissioner assigned to regulatory.
Don't you have regulatory legislation coming on?
Sorry?
Don't you have the companion legislation? Doesn't it define the regulatory arm?
Yeah, as a byproduct of the split. So it's establishing EMS regulatory, which has specific nuances that need to be defined and codified by law. But just like any other program, we've established this as an entity within the Department of Health already.
So if it's...
There's a need for funding because, as it said in the testimony, we've been providing these services for the past 5 years, and it's been unfunded. And when EMS funding was there...
It's been funded from the Emergency Services Fund before.
Correct. So exactly. So when the split took place, this is ensuring that there is funding to continue the services that this division would perform. So,
yeah, but the real truth about it, Jackie them was going out on the road, they were doing the regular visits, they got a bunch of complaints, and they said, hey, we need to establish this unit to be able to take care of individuals. So she took it upon herself with some of the PAFA nurses. They said, let's start going out during the week and let's do this. But it wasn't nothing structured. There was one person that went and said, let me start doing this. It wasn't structured. And what we're trying to do is to not provide a one-time funding source. We're trying to define it where we'll be able to make sure that this unit is provided with funding every single year, every budget cycle, where there are positions that are defined under this entity, because Ms. Greenidge said that some of those individuals with the ADA issues, they're going to become compliance officers. So if they become compliance officers, they are no longer in this particular unit. So we need to decide, well, are they going to be in that unit, and then we're going to fund additional compliance? What are we going to fund? But we have to fund something to keep your compliance going and this mobile integrated health unit going.
Exactly. So yes, you're right. So we're performing it with what we have. However, now we're seeking funding to ensure it's so yes.
We want everything. We want to know what is the cost to have this unit. I mean, Senator James is going to go next, and I'm sure he's going to speak about some data that he just pulled up, which shows you, in essence, that we don't have the unit. Senator James, I recognize you.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My first question to the testifiers, there is something called a state-by-state community paramedicine mobile integrated healthcare status board. Do we report to that board?
Repeat your question.
There is something called a state-by-state community paramedicine mobile integrated healthcare status board. Do we report to that board?
Is that in the Virgin Islands?
So let me tell you this. The status board is intended as a resource for state EMS officials and other EMS leaders to better understand the progress and implementation of CP MIH in states and localities, and to access legislative and regulatory language and other tools from those who have gone before in the CP MIH evolution. So long story short, it does mention the Virgin Islands in this PDF document that I'm reading from, and we're referencing page 71. And as you go in the different pages and you read the different jurisdictions, you can have the activity reports, you can see all the enabling legislation and all the things that are currently going on because they report to the status board. So that was my question.
So what happens is, through our documentation and charting system, through NEMSIS, all of this stuff is extracted and reported to them through NEMSIS. So I sit, and NEMSIS is the National Association of State EMS Officials, and I sit as a member on that committee and liaison between these other agencies.
So the answer is yes, we do report to that
Yes.
board. All right, thank you. And the reason why I'm asking you that, I'm reading an article, February 24, 2018, from the St. Croix source. And the PDF document that I read from before is dated March 1st, 2018, regarding the status board. But the article on February 2018 vaguely spoke about this new program, which is the, hold on, what do you call it? The Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program. And it quoted you many times, Ms. Greenwich, regarding the purpose of this program. So long story short is, I would like to get some information from the Department of Health as far as the policy that established this program, since it was made by policy. If you could submit that to this committee so we can have a better understanding of how it was formed. Because I saw in some jurisdiction they don't have enabling legislation, but they did it through policies or regulations as well. So I need to get information as far as how it was established. My only other concern before I close off is
1 minute.
the whole intent based on the quoting you, Ms. Greenwich. In doing our assessment, we basically realized that there were areas not being covered, and this is a solution to fixing it. It also referenced where quoted you where you said we realized that our target was mainly located within the Frederiksted area, and those patients are chronically ill. And the article quoted many things that you said. So my thing is, were you leading this project initially?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how it came into fruition? So where we end up at this point where you said for the past 5 years it has been funded, and I feel bad because I've been a member of this institution for the past 4 years, and this is the first time I'm really hearing about this. So how it came into fruition and how and where we at right now?
Okay. So like we said, it came into fruition where we started it after Hurricane Maria. And when we started it, and I will forward it to each of you guys, your email, there is a whole document where we created it. It talks about our function, our mission, the staff, what the qualification the staff should have, what kind of things that we need to do within the program. All of that was put together and moved forward. We were working in conjunction with primary care through Department of Health, and before they got really short staff, some of the primary care nurses used to come out and facilitate and help us. So we've been working through Department of Health with all divisions, mental health division, primary care, any services that's in their MCH, depending on what those family need, we link up with all the other divisions within the department, and that's what's been supporting us and carrying us along this far. But the program is documented and published, and so I can share that with you guys.
And my last question, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, because I really want the record to be clear. This is us covering our own behind. You said for the past 5 years it hasn't been funded. What went wrong? Where did we went wrong? Where was the disconnect? Because we had many budget cycles and hearings, and we never saw anyone brought this forward. What went wrong? What was the missed opportunity?
Well, I don't know about the missed opportunity, but again, I would honestly tell you, for the past 5 years, I have been basically running EMS alone, doing the EMSC program, doing the MIH program, and we basically was doing the MIH program under the EMS General Fund allotments, along with the assistant from Pafford.
So I just wanted to add to that, that the separation of, or the move to, for the establishment of fire EMS brought this to the forefront. It was being done as a part of EMS's services that are provided. We've reported out on it. We may not have labeled it MIH, but we have reported out on these activities, regularly. So as we fortify our regulatory responsibilities, which was conflated within EMS. So EMS was regulated, always been regulated, but you didn't see it because it was a part of one entity. Functioning
You say EMS was regulated by who?
By virtue of the establishment of EMCs, the training. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can continue on your time. I just wanted the record to be very clear when those statements are made that it hasn't been funded. I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear, and I think you did a good job, and you could ask some more if you want to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. In reference to Pafford contract expires when? December 30th?
I'm not sure.
DOH knows. I heard December 30th.
Existing Pafford contract expires, you heard that, December 30th. However, if there is a need, we will extend it, depending on availability of funding.
December 30th is 29 days from here. If Pafford leave now, we have sufficient nurses for ICU, the integration that took place, the Pafford ambulances that are driving around. Do we have sufficient staffing for this, for the Virgin Islands?
For our program?
Overall, EMS plus the hospitals, dialysis center, do we have sufficient staffing? Who's a nurse practitioner now? A Pafford?
Yes, it was Susan, but they rotate in and out.
But somebody from Pafford was a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And who are the nurses? Somebody from Pafford?
Yes, sir.
So we have no local nurse practitioner and no local nurses in this particular program?
Well, we did, but the nurse practitioner from primary care, Ms. Tadman, she retired, I think it's last month.
So we have none right now?
No, but we do have a nurse practitioner who wants to come in on the program and assist us part-time.
And in order for the program to function, you must have a nurse practitioner and a nurse?
No, we must have a nurse and a paramedic, but the nurse practitioner makes it a lot easier because right on the spot, we can get the prescription and the diagnosis, and so the turnaround time would be quicker for the patients.
Makes a lot more sense.
And so right now, nurse practitioner Josette Matthews is willing to come on board and assist us with the patients. And we were contacted by 2 other local nurses who are very interested in wanting to become full-time nurse within the program to assist.
Senator Francis, and then Senator Sarro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll tell you that this whole discussion today is one that we don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. I think that what we hear here and the services that have been provided is vital and very much necessary. The mechanism by which we're going about doing it, or the mechanism by which it has been done, it was present some challenges. During the consideration of the fire EMS merger, we were meticulous in being able to review and make a determination of all the mechanisms that needed to put in place so that we don't have a fallout, so that we don't impact the quality of health care, so that we don't impact our ambulances and our timely responses. And, here today we're discussing the mobile integration unit that goes out and do good work. It's the best kept secret in my opinion. It's been going on for 5 years, and I've always implore and encourage our government entities to really market and speak about the good work that's being done by our employees. I don't know what happened here, but it's certainly something that I would like for us to fix and be able to address. 1,800 patients in the past, 59 that's currently in the pipeline is not something that we want to just haphazardly stop. So whatever we need to do to make this right is important. And I blame perhaps the hurricane and the pandemic. This was started after the hurricane and as well as the pandemic. So, we have an opportunity to reset. So let's focus on how do we reset this situation. Clearly, we want to make sure that we're able to review and determine that there is, in fact, a policy or protocol in place so that protects all of us. As government entities, it protects the Department of Health and Legal Counsel. We hold you responsible to making sure that you get us a review of this protocol or policy that's in place, because that protection is very much necessary. We're talking about providing patient care, individuals that's going to home and making that happen. So we want to make sure that we're documenting and certainly living up to the policy that have been established in doing so.
Senator, we do have
I'm
that.
sure at some point we're going to hear from from VITEMA and Fire EMS on how we're intending to utilize some of this funding for that purpose. And that's why we're asking the question, so that we can look for an alternate funding source to make sure that this is taken care of over the long term rather than just for one term. 5 years that this has been in operation, we missed 5 opportunities that we could have presented here during the budget cycle to properly fund this very, very vital and important
1 minute
function here. So let's do whatever we can to fix that. Yes, sir? You said something?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. That document does exist. I just saw it.
I'm not denying that. I'm simply asking that we be provided with a copy of it so that, again, we could have the premise by which we want to establish this unit and work from that framework. So I'm not denying that it does exist. We have also had a decrease in our funding in terms of our emergency service fund over the years. Individuals that have given up the long lines, individuals that we have not been able to collect on any of the calling cards and all those type of things. So the funding has really decreased over a period of time. And this funding has been used for the purpose of training, for the purpose of purchasing medication, for the purpose of supplies. So once we start to utilize this for other means, it's going to impact somewhere along the line. So again, we need to make sure that we're finding the proper funding source to make that happen. So
time.
In the nick of time, I just want to say that and whatever we need to do to fix this, I believe that the services as provided is crucial. The services are provided, again, assists our emergency room, assists our healthcare, and more importantly, assists our patients. So we will not minimize that, and certainly we need to do, as a government, do whatever it needs for us to be able to fix the process by which we're able to address this particular issue and get it functional and working. Mr. Chair, I stand in support in making that happen and look forward to the regulatory portion, so the legislation, so that we could also put that in place and get that functional. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Cyril.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'm confused with the PAPA discussion because PAPA has set up shop permanently, just about permanently in even grant for the next like 3-4 years. So what's the status, Assistant Commissioner Lovejoy?
As good afternoon, Commissioner. As long as there's funding for COVID funding, we'll continue to engage Pafford.
What's the balance? How much? What are you paying Pafford right now?
I don't have those exact numbers right now, but
Attorney?
there has
I'm
been.
sure you have seen. Let me go to the attorney. I'm sure she has seen that contract. What are you paying Pafford?
I don't have that total number in front of me right now.
Yikes. Okay. And this program has serviced 59 people only on St. Croix?
Yes.
Now, you know, if this was a St. Thomas issue and St. Thomas had only serviced 59 people who needed help, all hell would broke loose, right? I don't mean to be petty this afternoon, but I know my St. Croix colleagues would be bothered that they would not have received the attention that they should have received. So 5 years of no attention in the St. Thomas St. John district. What was the status for such a for that gap? St. Thomas don't have any patients that need help, and specifically St. John.
As we have mentioned, this program resulted as a result of a need determined by Jackie Greenwich Payne, Acting Director Jackie Greenwich Payne, and it developed organically.
You're not answering the question because hurricanes hit St. Thomas, Maria, St. Croix. The territory was hit in its totality. So the hurricanes hit all 3 islands. Why wasn't it not? Why hasn't St. Thomas seen the benefits of this program?
It was led by the leader who was on St. Croix. St. Thomas did not follow suit immediately, but now we seek to, with this focus on establishing the regulatory EMS function, to which this is a component. We, as we said in the testimony, we seek to make this territory wide. Hence, we're requesting the funding to establish this as a specific program, funded program.
Okay, so the territory lacked parity. St. Thomas, St. John lacked parity in this program. Now, the positions, were these positions, Assistant Commissioner Malloy, would they be posted, or is this a change in title?
The positions, the new positions will be posted. The existing positions were established by virtue of the EMS fire program. Separation.
1 minute.
So would these employees within this program be entitled to hazardous pay?
At this point, I don't know the level of detail. Are they currently, go ahead.
Okay, Jacqueline Greenwich Payne for the record, Senator Sarro. We've met with HR, and our Deputy Commissioner, Joan Jane Baptiste, has told us that they're going to be change in the positions, but the team that goes out with MIH, because they're in the field, because they're in homes, and they're at risk, they will continue to receive their hazardous pay.
And the new positions as well would be hazardous pay? That's what they told you?
Well, I know that the changing of the position will be compliance officers, and we have not looked at that, but they're going to be out in the field also. So that's something for us to look at.
Time.
I stand in support of the legislation, colleagues and Mr. Chair. I'm just concerned about the lack of urgency as we had this merger. We had meetings privately, and we harassed the hell out of me about a cannabis legislation, But we have a merger bill, we have companion bills that needed to come down immediately, and all these things are quality of life. All things quality of life have been delayed immensely. So I'm asking that we really get a ball moving, because healthcare in the territory is really cause for concern. But I'll vote in the affirmative at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much. Is the department looking at some legislation? Community paramedic legislation, and that defines everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you have protection when you're going out in terms of liability when you're making these visits? It falls under a specific portion of being an EMS. Do you have, because a different service that you're doing to ambulatory. So are you protected in terms of liability?
Well, when we go out, we're covered under the workman comp. And so that's the only liability that I know that exists at this time.
I'm not speaking to somebody necessarily getting injured that's working. I'm speaking to you performing a service and the patient. If the patient is supposed to allege something, are there protections in place for this?
Well,
Answer.
so what we've been using is, since all of this started and has been an extension, because mobile community healthcare paramedicine is also an extension coming out from EMS, and we were covered under the department, the insurance for the department that covers, what do you call the name of it? The malpractice, yes, because each of the staff, because we're going out and providing that care, is covered under the Department of Health malpractice.
I'm going to support this for sure, but it's a great opportunity for us to do it the right way.
Yeah.
We could provide the funding, but it's a great opportunity for us to really flesh it out and do it the right way, and have the legislation drafted that would codify, because I'm seeing just about every state has legislation that speaks to community paramedics. The bill sponsor, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon once again to you. Good afternoon to the listening audience, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And I just want to state that in crafting legislation, it does not come overnight. Actually, just to put on the record, Mrs. Jacqueline Ganesh-Payne engaged me from all into last year, and so this is been a work in progress. And I want to put that on the record. But we are here now, because there's some challenges around even bill number assignments, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. What I want to ask of the Department of Health through Assistant Commissioner Malloy, in terms of, and that's already been covered with the regulations and policies, can you outline, would this measure also support going out to the elderly facilities as well? And have you all engaged, even recently or in the last few years, since while you're in your position, have you engaged with Human Service to provide these type of services? And so as we go forward, how do you see department really assisting our elderly and disabled community in the outreach efforts? And are you coordinated with any other departments, such as Human Service or any other departments?
Yeah, we covered that in the testimony where we said that we do go out to the elderly homes and the chronically ill. Director Jackie Payne also mentioned Monday being the day set aside for the WIM Home Gardens. It also mentioned in the testimony that we collaborate with we get referrals from Human Services, Frederick said, healthcare, and the Juan Louis Hospital. So yes, we do those activities currently exist, and we continue to, and we will continue those levels of engagement. And as needs identify themselves, make themselves known, we would adjust accordingly.
Thank you. And I just want to continue to emphasize, 'cause it's been a while, I just want to continue to emphasize to the public the need that this is going to cover, and even restoring and highlighting those services. And in terms of the legislation, I've already submitted as one of my colleagues brought out, in section 1 of the bill, where it talks about the $300,000 and the specific emergency services fund. We're going to work to edit that language. But to the bill itself, was a collaboration with the Department of Health, and I leaned on them for the expert opinion as we move forward. So I am fully prepared to continue to work with the department and my colleagues so we can make that edit. But I wouldn't say, because of a couple sentences which have a big impact, that those can simply be amended so that we can clarify it and move it forward. To Mrs. Jacqueline Garnish-Payne, can you put on the record some of the issues you face and how you see this legislation assisting you going forward?
Well, the thing about the legislation moving forward, getting more staff, we'll be able to reach more people in the community, and we can extend it more out in the community, more resources for us to be able to assist the individuals in the community, because that's one of the issues that we have right now, taking on more patients and not having enough teams to go out there. We just don't want to go out and, okay, just slap the wound care on and we want to be able to sit with you, talk with you, find out what's wrong with you, what else that we can do to help the patient. So it's a full, complete patient assessment care plan and a whole wraparound services. So being able to get more individuals will help more with the people in the community.
And Chairman, if I may ask another question, thank you. The other question too is about recruitment and retention, and how has the department engaged with the Department of Education, and just, because of course now we have also have by way of law, we have passed that in fact students can pursue becoming emergency service in that field, can pursue that field. How have you all envisioned this program also being able to recruit the next set of providers for mobile health care?
Well, that's a really excellent question, because I was able to help Senator Kenny Gittins with the legislation for it to go into the first responder program in the high school, and I've been contacted by Administrator or Principal Garden, and so I was able to give them the curriculum for the program, and I'm now have been asked by them to fill out an equipment list so that they would be able to purchase the equipment so that they can start the program. And I was able to recruit a few retired EMTs that would come back in, because they're also certified as educators, to help to teach in the VICORP program. So we've been working with it in all aspects to assist the community.
Thank you, and thank you for your commitment and work, and thank you to all the staff who's involved. It's a tremendous lift, and we're going to continue to do what we can do to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. We're going to make it a line item. We've had a discussion, and the sponsor will bring an amendment to make it a line item under the Department of Health, with the hope that it will continue to be funded every single year, or that next budget cycle that you're going to roll that in to your regular budget in terms of salaries, etc. But for now, we will have it as a line item. We're going to need some type of budget. And from what you're saying, it sounds like 5 employees per island?
Yes.
A paramedic, a nurse practitioner, a nurse, and 3 EMT, EMS. Okay. So if we can receive some type of budget in reference to 5 employees per island, and then we'll calculate the fringe, salary plus fringe, and supplies. Because $250,000 ain't gonna do it. And those employees that whoever switch over to compliance can be doing this. You need a full-time group to actually do this. And if we have some additional ambulances, to have one that's assigned to that particular group, that they could do this on a regular basis throughout the Virgin Islands, because we have a lot of individuals who are home not receiving any type of care. Herbert Grigg is filled, so this is an excellent service. It has become a reality because Ms. Greenwich hustled after the storm and saw the need and started doing it. So that's why it really became more of an island initiative, because it was really under her wing and she just continued to do it. But we had some flexibility because of the addition of the PAFOD staff. And that is what worries me every single day. How are we planning for not having PAFOD staff? Come December 30th, legislature is still open, but I've not heard any supplemental requests. If the federal funds don't continue to keep PAFOD here, what happens on January 1st to our ambulance service, to our emergency room, to our ICU? What happens? What is the plan that we have, that if we lose this entity, as to how we are going to be able to function? And this is a plea, before I let you speak now, this is a plea for Virgin Islanders. We need to have nurses. We need Virgin Islanders to come back in those positions, or we're going to continuously have to bring individuals from away and pay exorbitant salary, because it's very competitive market now to get nurses, and every place is paying more. Mr. Malloy.
Thank you for your comments and your continued support. We have had discussions. PAFOD isn't the only entity providing those types of services, and we have had discussions to expand the pool of companies.
Well, I ain't even talking about company. I'm talking about monies. Federal funds. When does the federal funds expire? The COVID funds or the CARE Act funds for the utilization of private companies. And when that expire, what is the plan for the Virgin Islands that we will be able to have quality health care maintained by having individuals in those slots? What's the plan?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I've been involved in discussions which talked about beyond the December 30th, but I don't recall all the details. But to your point, it is contingent on the current federal funding, and I'm unaware of any additional funding being identified. So we have to wean ourselves to the extent that we can off of those types of services, and build our internal capacity to be able to provide and maintain these services. So this funding...
We have 29 days to do that. How many PAFOD employees do you have in EMS now?
4.
For St. Croix?
No. I talked in MIH, sorry.
No. Overall?
I'm not sure.
Give me an estimate.
I would say like on the EMS side, maybe 20, 30.
Maybe 20, 30?
Yeah.
And St. Croix?
And St. Croix. That doesn't include St. Thomas.
Okay, so if those 20, 30 positions are cut right now, how would that affect ambulance service on St. Croix?
Honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. It's going to greatly affect the ambulance services, because we had many EMTs that retired, many EMTs that resigned. And so from when I was managing it, and we had 21 employees.
How much do we have now?
Right now, there's only 5 that is currently...
5 local?
Yes, sir.
For St. Croix?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I know the chair of Health and Human Services. I just point that out there, because our community, at times, we say certain stuff, we don't want this, we don't want it, but 5 employees for this whole island, 7 days a week, 24 hours is literally impossible. Okay, we will have a catastrophic situation here if we don't address how we're going to find additional monies to keep those medics here and to develop a program where we will be able to graduate our own individuals and they move up the ladder. Because being someone that have had to call an ambulance when my mom was sick, it's a relief when you see the ambulance coming. And nobody wants to wait a long period of time after making that call. So we're still in session until we're still able to convene for December. So I need to get the act together and tell us exactly what is needed. So if we need to have an emergency hearing in order to deal with the health care for the people of the Virgin Islands, we need to do it. But don't come December 30th and then everything hitting the roof and we're hearing all type of, oh, we didn't expect this, we didn't know this, we didn't know that, because I've been asking for this for a while now. But we're going to fix this bill. So we're going to expand on the bill. I am not sure if I have a quorum right now. Okay, we do have a quorum. Yes, the graph. Okay, so let's go quickly before we lose a quorum. Now let's vote on this particular bill. Senator DeGraff, you want to make a motion? So, Senator DeGraff, just for explanation, everybody, there is an amendment, but the amendment, we're not going to bring the amendment today because it's going to be further amended. The bill is not going to utilize the Emergency Services Fund because that fund can't be used for salaries. So we are going to, or have already drafted an amendment. The sponsor will be submitting the amendment where we're going to be adding a line item and the Department of Health Mobile Integration Unit, territorial, make sure that it's set up and St. Thomas, St. John. We have asked Mr. Molloy to provide us with a budget, 5 individuals per island, per district, and make sure that the needs of St. John are included, include the cost of supplies. And then we will go ahead and fund it, and perhaps some of the COVID care funds that you haven't used yet, you could earmark for this. I'm seeing in other state legislation where they're using federal funds, community living something, but there's a lot of different federal pockets of money that can be utilized for a service like this. So once we get it, once we structure it the right way, we should be able to seek those fundings and provide input to the organization that Senator James mentioned, because all of them are there and all of them have the enabling legislation and what rights they have, et cetera. So I think it's a great opportunity for us. Mr. President is going to be back here next year, so he could offer the legislation that would really structure this whole entity, this community paramedic. There's a lot of information on it, and it would be a move in the right direction for the Virgin Islands in terms of health care and taking care of the borders. I mean, this is one way we could reduce the number of borders and be able to send some individuals home. And this should have been an initiative that Department of Health should have run with a long time ago, but I didn't want to listen to Jackie because she just really disgusting at times. So I didn't want to listen to her. But sometimes disgusting people that have really, really good initiative, and you got to block out the disgusting part, and you got to look at the initiative that they bring. And that's just the hardest thing, because I mean, Jackie could drive you crazy, but she drives you crazy with some good stuff. And if the department had looked at what she was doing from 4 years ago, it would have been in the St. Thomas St. John district, but she was harassing her about the EMS bill, so I put her on the side in a little corner. But now we're able to move forward. So, and that's all my comments. These are not her comments. She is very humble and would not want me to say what I'm saying. Well, let's hear a roll call. Let's hear a motion. Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Yes, I move bill number 34-0298, an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VITEMA, and Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrative Healthcare Program be voted on favorably in this committee and move forward to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
A motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Yes.
Senator Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0197, an act amending Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 1, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section... No. Wrong bill. Let me restate that. Bill number 34-0298, an act appropriating $300,000 from the Emergency Services Fund to the Department of Health, VICORP, and Fire Services for the purchase of equipment, professional services, and supplies necessary to provide, maintain, and improve the Emergency Mobile Integrative Healthcare Program, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I think we're also working on an amendment. I think Senator Francis is working on an amendment to deal with the breakdown of the 911 funds because it was 40% to VITEMA, 30% to Department of Health, and 30% to fire services, but now the ambulance service has moved to fire services, so we have to come up with a different breakdown for those particular monies, and those monies are decreasing because of the decrease in landlines. So we have to look at as to how we're going to distribute the money moving forward. Point of personal privilege, Senator Whitaker. Thank you, Senator James, Senator Sarro. We made quorum. Senator Blyden, who was here earlier, and Senator Francis, who's always here for finance. Point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank my colleagues for their support and Department of Health, and we're going to move this forward. So I'm very excited about this forward movement. I have already submitted, as I sat here also, and made the necessary changes, and to work with my colleagues moving forward, because we got to continue to move that needle for healthcare, and particularly, doing our best to support those, especially those who are, we have to reach out to outside of the hospital settings as we continue to work on our healthcare initiatives. So again, thank you, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker, and thank you, Senator DeGraff, for helping us to meet quorum. The Committee of Finance. Give me 1 second. I want to thank my staff for having this meeting today. I think we're going to have one more finance meeting on December 12th, where we're going to be hearing some lease agreements and bringing some other measures to the floor. But I want to thank central staff and everyone who made this meeting possible today. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.